Good evening. I'll call this public hearing to order at 6:20. Madam Clerk, if you will. This is a public hearing Monday, January 9th at 6:15 or 6:20, as I said, in City Hall chambers in reference to a petition from Mass Electric and Verizon. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Councillor King. Councillor Croall. Councillor Devine. Councillor St. Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest. Councillor Liang. Councillor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Present.
Get quorum.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And is this done?
Notice of a public hearing 2016-256. The City Council will hold a public hearing 6:15 in the Council chambers in reference to petition for Massachusetts Electric Company and Verizon. Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless requests permission to locate on existing utility pole a small cell wireless antenna, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way. Existing utility pole number 9, located in the public right-of-way of Huckins Ave, adjacent to 125 Huckins Ave. Do we have a...
Is there a representative here? Hi, thank you. If you come to the microphone and please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Mason. I'm an attorney for Verizon Wireless. I'm with McLean Middleton, 300 Trade Center Drive, Suite 7000 in Woburn, Massachusetts.
Great, thank you. And you're here to speak on?
I'm here to speak on behalf of Verizon Wireless.
Okay, thank you. At this time, so I'm going to recognize, at this time I'd like to recognize Councillor Harris. I believe he has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Mason. Is it? Yes.
Yes.
I couldn't hear you. That's this part of where this antenna is being placed is in my ward. And very, very many concerns. And there are also folks that, on the other hand, want additional service because Verizon is very, in Squantum, it's very weak. So, but my concerns are, and let me ask you a question. Can we compromise? First off, do you know that there's another cell tower very close to where you're putting this cell tower?
Let me answer that question on a couple of layers. What we're proposing, what Verizon Wireless is proposing here is a small cell, which is essentially, it's literally an antenna that is enclosed within a plastic canister that looks like a transformer. It's about 3 feet high and 1 foot wide.
Mm-hmm.
There are no other small cell sites, Verizon small cell sites in the vicinity where we're proposing it. And sorry, are you Huckins Avenue is in your ward?
Huckins, but
Huckins,
I'm
okay.
talking about competitors.
Competitors, not that I'm aware of. As far as I know, we're the only wireless carrier that's been rolling things out. I know Mobility has been going on behalf of them.
I mean, with what was presented to us, here's where the proposal is.
Yes.
And at this, there's a church steeple, and there is cell antenna or mechanism in that building.
Okay.
As we speak. So, concern in the neighborhood, my concern, because I tried reading up on the different causes and effects long term. I mean, again, do we know what the long term is? And we don't. I certainly don't want to wake up 20 years from now and open up the newspaper and read that I was part of deciding something that hurt people. On the other hand, I'm about progress as well. And is there opportunity that we can compromise can we make a compromise and look at other locations? I have some great locations where it wouldn't affect people, the neighbors, the community would be at ease with these other locations. Could we compromise, maybe sit down and look at changing the location that's being proposed?
As a general initial answer, we could. Here, again, a couple of things. I don't know which carrier is in that church steeple.
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile, okay. I guess we are on a different set of frequencies than they are. The way the spectrum was set up, there's no interference. They've got their radio frequency signals, and we've got ours. By law, all wireless carriers for every single site, whether it's a macro site like one of the big towers you see on the highway, or something that's in a church steeple, and even these very small, much lower powered small cells, need to comply with the Federal Communications Commission's they call them maximum permissible exposure levels, and those are well, it's basically what they sound like. It's the maximum amount of radio frequency emissions that a human body can take. That is acceptable according to the FCC and the EPA and a couple of electrical utility-related organizations, national organizations, scientists and engineers came to consensus on those. I can't speak to the T-Mobile installation, but I have to think that it's similar to a similar Verizon macro site or church steeple installation, and those typically bigger antennas, and usually not just one antenna as here the small cell, but they typically have 3 or more antennas facing in 3 different directions. Those tend to be about 1 to 1/100th of the maximum permissible exposure level. A similar Verizon facility. So if the maximum level is up here, I'm assuming that the T-Mobile facility is coming in down here in terms of what's compared to that acceptable level. The small cell antennas, at least Verizon small cell antennas, because they're much smaller and they're also much lower power, come in even below that. So to have a level of radio frequency emissions either from the small cell or the T-Mobile or the 2 of them combined, or all of them combined, because you've got to figure we're all being hit with this stuff all the time, and we all walk around with our cell phones. You'd have to have, more than angels dancing on the head of a pin in one area to have that safety level. Right. And then I'm about to point out, Congress says that local bodies can.
Right. But again, I want to go back to my question.
But you can collect information, so yes.
But I want to come back to my question. My question is, can we make a compromise and look at other locations other than the location that we're looking at? There are several locations where it's not settled with families, young children, and these folks can, no matter what you explain or you say or what's said online and information, we want people to feel, it's my job to have my community feel at ease with where they live, and I'm asking Verizon for a compromise. I will work with them. There's spots that I've already checked out that I think are on high ground that don't affect. There are telephone poles there that are similar to the one I see in the photograph. I asked for compromise, and I think it would be in the best interest of both parties, Verizon and my community, if you would consider that, and that has to be an option in my book.
If I can add in terms of factual information from Verizon's point of view, unlike the macro sites or even the church steeple site, which has a coverage of 1/4 to a 1/2 mile, it's a large cell, these small cell sites are typically designed to just be up to 1/8 and maybe 1/4 of a mile, but really it's a very small footprint that it's designed to cover. It doesn't reach far.
I'm almost talking about 1/4 of a mile with one of the locations I've looked at. So, again, my question is Verizon willing to compromise?
I'd say that, it's going to sound silly, but that's above my pay grade, basically. I can take something back to Verizon, but it's a matter of not only, legally can I say yes, but the way Verizon Wireless chooses these sites is and maybe if you've had other carriers come before you, you've probably heard this before, but their radio frequency, their RF engineers, who are basically the guys who control the network, have a tremendous amount of data that's coming across their computers all the time. They feed it into software modeling system that shows them where, well, first they figure out where the dead spots are based on that data. They see where there are areas of dense data demand or voice demand. And these days, more often it's data demand because, for example, if we're past 8 or 9 o'clock, some people are going to be watching the national championship game on their phones, no doubt. But everybody's using their phones for things like that all the time. So they select an area, and then our real estate site acquisition consultants go out and look in that area. It's a limited area called a search ring. Go out and look in that limited area for appropriate locations. They pick 3, 4, 5, 6, in this case, poles that could serve the radio frequency engineers' purposes. And then they go back to the RF engineers and say, here are the candidate poles that we can lease from National Grid and Verizon Telephone, Verizon England, the landline folks, that already have power and fiber going to them and that are structurally sound. That is, we can go on them, we can put our equipment on them, and get them papered up with the utility owners. Mm-hmm. So they winnow them out to those two, and then they go back to the RF guys, and then the RF guys say, okay, yes, this one is best for our purposes. So that whole process has already been gone through with each of these sites. I can't say what will come of going back and requesting a different site. I can say that, it will put Verizon way back in a timeline where we've already been sort of trying to move forward in the city for a while now. So,
well, I have a pile of yays, a pile of nays, and I still have, I don't know if there's anybody here from the public, from my community. I'm pretty sure. I thought there was. But all I can say is that there's a win-win situation here if we try to compromise, try to see if in that ring of circle we can find some compromise where both sides win. And I think that's really the best solution of all.
I absolutely agree. Verizon has already filed special permit applications for, I believe, up to 6 sites in the city, and we're setting those aside to move forward because the kind of location petition is actually the more legally appropriate way to go. There are actually at least 2 or 3 additional sites in the city that we would like to be rolling out soon, once we have the pole attachment licenses and the owners in hand. So maybe it would make sense to start a dialogue about where those would all go. That said, we've been trying to move these forward for several months now, and there is a certain level of frustration on our part to kind of like, let's get this ball rolling. In addition, pardon me, under the Spectrum Act, or actually just the Federal Telecommunications Act, there is a shot clock that runs 90 days from the day we filed our petition, which would be, we filed it on October 18th, so it got here the 19th, and go to next Tuesday, basically, is when the shot clock expires, and then that's the date by which the council is supposed to have decided these petitions up or down. Now, obviously, you're suggesting that we get to a way where it's up for both of us and not down for Verizon. I understand that.
Because if we can't compromise, then I'm in a difficult position.
And I fully respect that. I understand that Congress says one thing, but public opinion says another, and people will come to different decisions about that. May I suggest or offer as a first step that we bring our RF emissions expert in to talk to the council, and we could even have an abutters meeting with him. His name is Don Hayes. He's a certified expert on this stuff, and he can walk through what the law says and exactly what the levels are that will be emitted and what that means for anyone and everyone from 8 months to 8 years old to 80 years old. That would be something that we'd be willing to do. And beyond that, we could agree to extend the shot clock deadline for some period of time to accommodate that, just to bring more information, because there's a fair amount of information that we can offer showing benefits in terms of coverage and capacity for people in the areas around both the Huckins Avenue site and the C Street site. But certainly, if there are members of your citizens in your ward who want more information about potential health effects, we can certainly answer those and not just have me, the lawyer, standing here saying, "Oh yeah, we've got an expert. He can actually come and speak to you."
Yeah. Well, that community has already gone through, as you know, the distance. We've already gone through that rodeo. So, but I want to yield to the chair, to my colleague, Councillor Sim.
I chair the Public Works Committee, and I'm afraid a little bit perhaps this got away from us, but as this is just the beginning of a process, I want to just say we're open if you want to, again, specifically talk about those sites, and then we can work with ward councilors around the issues that are related to it. But I was just going to ask, it sounds like you're willing to extend the shot clock, so to speak, to meet so that the folks can meet with the ward councilor to discuss what their concerns or issues are. So I think other than that, we could just proceed with the rest of the public hearing on that one, I would think.
Great, thank you.
But thank you for your
Oh, absolutely.
openness on that.
Obviously, a win-win. You know, we don't want to just come in and say, "Yeah, we're doing this," because it's everybody's benefit to have the coverage. And well, thank you.
I just wanted to add, thank you very much. I walked in while you were presenting, but I'm up to speed, and I want to let you know that Verizon has my vote for these, even though there's some opposition here. As soon as you remove all the double poles in the city, you have my vote. Until then, I won't vote for a single thing.
And that's we can discuss double polls as well. That's something that Verizon Wireless has no control over because we're not Verizon New England. That's their side of the house. But we can certainly, I mean, if we can actually have a meeting or several meetings, I'm more than happy to bring the Verizon New England people who deal with that stuff. We're in touch with them, obviously, and I'm sure actually that the city. I believe that they've been working fairly closely with some, perhaps not members of the city council, but folks in the city government to address that issue. It's a concern everywhere.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? For or against? Anyone wishing to speak for or against? Yes.
Emails that I received for, and
Okay.
and if this is still in committee,
It will
it will be. Yeah.
it will become part of the record.
Yeah, I have to print up some more that came late.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? All right. If you against. Okay. If you come up to the microphone, please. State your name and address.
We've been through all this before at the First Church, and
So what's your name and address? Name and
Pardon me?
address for the record.
my address is 192 Bellevue Road, Quantum, and we've been through all this before with the First Church, and it's going to go up no matter what anybody says, or whatever tests are done, no matter what, it's going up. My only thing is, with the First Church, they have here zoning regulations, and we're supposed to be getting a test every year on these cell towers. And the Director of Inspectional Services took T-Mobile to court to get a test to make sure the radiation wasn't above the limit. The city, the solicitor's office decided to not follow through on that court case, so we never did get a test. And what I'm asking is, no matter what happens, it just goes into the writing that we will have a test every year, every 3 years, to show what the radiation is. If they do not agree to that, don't agree to anything. Because talk about worrying about it, I'm a big worry about it. And if we don't have a test every few years, how do we know where this radiation is? How do we know if it's getting higher, lower, or whatever? So all I'm saying is, no matter what it's going through, but let's stipulate that we'll have the test every year. The federal court says you cannot deny this thing going up. but it does not say that you can't stipulate that we have to test to show that the radiation is within limits. That's it.
Mary Dibuduo, 192 Bellevue Road, Squantum. I cannot believe this is the first time I'm hearing about this from Verizon. I'm very upset about that. I totally disagree with this going in. We've been through this whole rigmarole with First Church and T-Mobile. We know how that ended. And I agree with my husband that it should be tested. I'm concerned about our health and my grandchildren's health who live near on Huckins. So I do not agree with this going through at all. There are other places that it could go. Please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Yes.
Kim Devine. I live at 125 Huckins Ave. I have 2 teenage children, one of whose bedroom is directly across from the proposed telephone pole. And while I understand it has not been concluded without question that the effects on the health is deemed negative, it's still not concluded the other way either. I'm also questioning what, if anybody has any studies on the combined effect of the cell phone tower at the First Church and the proposed tower antenna at Huckins Ave. Because together, does that increase the RF frequency, which could cause a higher negative impact on their health? So I'm against it until I have way more information about the combined effect. The short range of what, maybe 25 feet from my daughter's bedroom where she sleeps every night, my son's right next to her, myself, and that kind of thing. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against? All right. Anyone wishing to speak for? Anyone wishing to speak for? Anyone wishing to sign in opposition or sign in support? There are papers in the back. You can go ahead and sign.
Madam Chair, I have some opposing.
Okay, so more emails from Councillor Harris in opposition. All right, so yes, Councillor Fenn.
There should be those who have spoken have no need to sign, obviously.
No, yes. If you've spoken, you don't have to sign. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll call this public hearing to a close. Thank you.
Could I?
Yes.
I just want to, again, say that this will remain in committee until particularly the ward councils had an opportunity to meet with the folks from Verizon and the like. So we'll move on this evening.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Fenn. All right. Next is a public hearing for a petition from Mass Electric and Verizon. Again, Madam Clerk.
Telephone partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless requests permission to install on an existing pole and maintain poles and wires to be placed thereon, together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as said company may deem necessary in the public way known as C Street. Existing utility pole number 188-90, located in the public right of way of C Street, adjacent to 1126 C Street.
All right. Yes, once again, you are here for this.
For today's business, basically
Same thing.
same.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if that's
Thank you.
good, but
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak against? Anybody here wishing to speak for? Anybody here wishing to speak for this? Okay. Anyone wishing to sign for or against? If you go in the back, there's also papers in the back there, and we will call this part closed. This public hearing closed. Thank you.
if I may ask a question with regard to extending the shot clock, the logistics of that, should I call Ms. Frisco or?
You can follow up with the clerk.
Right, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and one more public hearing, Madam Clerk. If you, and again from Mass Electric and Verizon.
2016-288. Massachusetts Electric Company and Verizon respectfully request the City Council for permission to locate poles, wires, cables, fixtures, including the necessary anchors, guides, and other such sustaining and protecting fixtures to be owned and used in a common.
Okay, motion to waive the reading, Councillor Croall. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. This is essentially a follow-up to a long neighborhood discussion that ultimately led to a construction project, which is now, I don't know if it's fully completed, but to the visual eye, when you pass by, you can see that it's more than well underway. And as part of that, they had to install a new driveway. So what we're speaking about here this evening is just the relocation of a pre-existing pole that would essentially take it out of the driveway span and move it off to the perimeter. So I don't know if anyone from the utility company has any more input as far as this goes, but I'd just move approval.
All right, motion to approve. Well, this is a public hearing, so we can't do that. But is there anybody here as a representative to speak on this? No. Okay. Anybody wishing to speak for? Anybody wishing to speak for? Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anybody wishing to speak against? All right. Anybody wishing to sign for or against can go to the back. There's papers back there to sign for or against, and I will call this public hearing closed. All right. Thank you.
Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Ordinance Committee relative to Council Order 2016-267, discussing the land disposition agreement, parcel R1 in the Hancock lot. Madam Clerk, if you can please call the roll.
Councillor King. Councillor Croall. Councillor Devine. Councillor St. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Liang. Councillor Palmucci. Chairman McClure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, we'd like to start calling forward Bill Geary, Special Counsel to the Mayor for Downtown Development, to give us an update since our prior committee meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and through you to your colleagues on the committee and the council. I'll be very brief because I know the council has a busy schedule this evening, but among the materials that have been provided to you through the good graces of Jen Manning is the timeline that the councilors had requested and were provided to the council last time. Councilor Finn referred to them as the roadmap, and so you should have copies of that. Since we met last, the special legislation that I had referenced during my last appearance before the council was, at that time, had been enacted by the General Court, and on the Friday before New Year's Eve was signed by the governor and is now the law, Chapter 355 of the Acts of 2016. We also did provide an agenda for this evening's presentation, and that shows the items that we will be presenting tonight. Principally, a review by our financial expert, Craig Seymour, Managing Principal of RKG Associates, pertaining to the economics of the downtown developments that have been proposed, and actually some updates on what has transpired over the course of the last 2 years with property values in the downtown area. And then, of course, each of the members of the council were provided with a copy of the appraisal that was conducted by an independent appraiser pertaining to the parcel known as R1, also known as the O'Connell Development Parcel, 15-story apartment building. And we will have a presentation and analysis of that independent appraisal by the city's expert, Pam McKinney of Byrne McKinney and Associates. So with that introduction, I'd like to ask Mr. Seymour to step forward and commence his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geary.
Good evening. Again, my name is Craig Seymour. I'm President and Managing Principal of RKG Associates. Nice to be back here to discuss the downtown and the DIF. Brief slideshow here. I can put a picture here. What I'd like to do is start the evening, start this presentation. I'll try to be brief because you have seen most of this before. Just to, as Mr. Geary said, to update you on where the DIF is today, where it's going, based upon these developments, such as the R1 development that's in front of you today. If you recall, the DIF was established by the council in May of 2005. Fiscal year 2006 was set as the base year in which the DIF values were locked in at that point, and beginning in fiscal year 2007, the differential between the growth in the base value and then the new developments took place as the increment that is then funneled in towards the DIF to be used for public infrastructure improvements. Between fiscal year 2017 and fiscal year 2006, the value of the assessed property within the DIF district has risen by about $608 million in total. And that has been an increase of $93.6 million in the residential value and $43.3 million in commercial value. That's the increase in the assessed values for that. I've stated here that to remember that the DIF is focused on making improvements within the district, public improvements within that then serve to leverage private investment that comes in and does the actual development, and incentivizes that through the utilities. For example, moving the town brook, doing the streetscapes, doing the kinds of building parking, which is one of the most critical aspects of revitalizing the downtown. And most of the municipal work that we're talking about and the development that's going to occur are focusing on both the Hancock lot and eventually the Ross Garage area. But I need to remind you, if you look at the map, that the DIF area includes a much larger portion of downtown, even larger than the urban development area. And it allows it to capture the development that takes place, the increase in values that take place, not only within the exact parcels that are being dealt with right now, but also within the overall downtown, because as the saying goes, a rising tide raises all boats, and in this case are all ships. And in this case, there is, and we've been able to capture the rising values as downtown Quincy turns the corner and begins to increase its private investment begins to increase. The growth in assessed value in the bar chart here shows the differences in 2006, 2016, and what has been projected out into 2034. And the map there is just the latest version of the Hancock lot redevelopment with R1 shown on that. 2034 is a projection based upon three things. One is known projects, those that are in the pipeline, either been permitted or about to be permitted, coming before you. There are the proposed projects, so those have been discussed, people have talked about, the idea projects on specific parcels. And then there's the rest of the urban revitalization in the downtown, which is really part of an urban design exercise that the city has been going through to look at some of these lots, such as the Ross lot, and project what could happen there based upon the market, based upon the activities to date. Current DIF revenues, I compared here 2016 and 2017, and this is the actual DIF revenue, the increases in taxes that are being pulled off. And you can see that difference. It went up by about $300,000, a little over $350,000 just in the past fiscal years, with most of that gain coming from, virtually all of the gain coming from the increased residential valuation, about $36.7 million. That is almost exclusively west of Chestnut. And I use that as an example because that's really the first game changer for downtown Quincy and for redevelopment. It is starting to make a big, it's nearly full now as far as I know. It is starting to establish Quincy within the larger regional marketplace as a destination to not only live, but also to work and to play, which is the goal of many of these downtown projects. But there are, of course, risks associated with downtown development, with real estate in general. And I tried to break these risks down into three categories. And these risks are really focused at what impacts our forecasting of the DIF revenues in order to cover bond service as we go forward. There's opportunity risk, and these are risks that can be controlled to a certain extent by the city. And they are, an anchor developer backs out. A deal is struck. You have a project scale change that limits the catalytic effects. If things are not big enough, if you're trying to do it in just a very incremental way, that's going to slow things down. That's a risk to the cash flows coming in to cover the debt service. There's economic risk, and that's really outside the control of the city. And you have to look at the real national real estate market for that. It has experienced a prolonged boom. There are procrastinators, there are prognosticators out there who are predicting that things may slow down. There are just as many people out there predicting things are going to continue much stronger perhaps over the next 4 years. But there's also interest rate risk or financial risk. Again, it's outside of the control of the city, but it's something I want to talk about tonight because by waiting, you know that interest rates are probably going to be going up, and by waiting, there's a cost associated with that we can quantify. On the opportunity risk side for the Hancock lot development, as you're aware of, it consists of 4 separate parcels, buildings, and 1 parking garage, with the O'Connell building, the R1 being a landmark 15-story downtown development. Much different than what the market would call for. This is a unique property, unique development proposition that's before you. The central parking garage is absolutely essential to not only O'Connell's, but also to R2, R3, the rest of the Hancock lot, and the downtown itself. You have to have parking not only for residents, but for visitors, employees, and others. And by centralizing the parking lot on property that you own is essential to that success. The O'Connell project, in my opinion, is very catalytic in that it increases property values, not only of itself, but also to the adjoining parcels. R2 and R3, once R1 is completed, you're going to see much more interest on the part of investors coming in to look at those and develop those because they want to be part of a successful downtown. And by having R1 developed, you're going to start that process and support that process, which reduces further future risk out as we move forward. On the Hancock lot and the Ross garage, if we bring in both of those parcels, the Hancock lot doesn't sit by itself. It's an important part of downtown, as you know. The Ross garage site, but again, which you have a major controlling interest in because of the Ross garage, you are a property owner. The city has an ownership interest and is a part of that whole development process. It will be lifted up as well, and development interests there, which have already started to come forward, will be captured. The graph here shows that, again, just these 2 lots, Hancock and the Ross garage site, through the urban design process that have gone forward, you'll see the increase in overall DIF revenue, raising from the $2 to $3 million we're talking about in the short term to $9 million or so over a 20-year period. The financial risk, I put in here this graph from just the other day about what's happening with interest rates. The bottom line is the 1-year government rate, and a 10-year bond rate is the upper line. I couldn't find the 20-year rate, which is more indicative. It's a little higher than that, but it follows the same trend pattern. The Federal Reserve, I heard this morning, is pretty much committed now to a series of small incremental interest rate hikes in the base federal rate. That's going to be translated through into general interest rates and particularly into bond rates, both for the bands that you'll be issuing. In the short term, they reflect that 1-year rate at the bottom, as well as the longer-term bonds, which reflect the longer-term federal interest rate plus the risk premium for the time frame that goes on top of that. So, as you see there on the right-hand side of that graph, in the last few months, these interest rates have gone up. 10-year rates have gone up almost a percentage point. From what I hear from the economic world is that they see that as a short-term aberration and had a lot to do with the uncertainty due to the election. They are starting to taper off now and flatten out I've heard some economists say that they're not going to rise as steeply, other than when the Fed rate goes up, they'll go up in step. But there are a few others that say there may be some other larger increases in bond rates in particular moving forward. And the point of that is that the need for the city to lock in some of these rates as best it can, as early as it can, is important. This graph here shows that delays in development can have a serious financial impact between both the bands, which we've projected out, we've been using about 1% on those, and then converting those to 4% bonds when the time comes. The interest rate on the bonds, if they go up by 1%, if you just watch that graph on the screen, you'll see it jump up. And over a 20-year period, that's a little over $5.5 million in additional interest costs that will be paid on those. Well, that's fine. There's going to be plenty of DIF revenue coming in from this development, spurred on by the parking garage and O'Connell's. It also illustrates that that's $5.5 million that might not be coming. If the interest rate rises, you wait that long, it won't be coming into back to the general fund eventually. Lastly, just to provide the context, the diagram on the left is an earlier rendition of the Hancock lot with Bivenden Place there, and the one on the right is a urban design analysis that we have done in order to, the team has done really, to be able to start to look at the Lost Garage site and hypothesize what might go there as this development, as the interest in downtown Quincy continues. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Questions now, or any questions you may have?
Councilor Palmucci, or do we want to get through? We have some other. Okay.
Just a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have an appreciation rate in the DIF area that we can compare to an appreciation rate in other parts of the city, or to the city as a whole?
What we've used in our model is an appreciation citywide and applied it to that.
Okay, so we can.
Or for the background for the baseline assessment.
So, but is there a number where I can see what the appreciation has been in the DIF versus the rest of the city?
That's just the background appreciation, or the increase in taxable revenue, taxable assessment over some period of time.
Wouldn't it be the same thing?
Yeah, but we
tax all of it. They're not no tax, right?
The data is in the model. In the Hancock lot area, within the DIF area, it captures not only the general growth of tax assessments as recorded by the assessor, but also all the new development that comes place in new construction. And that can be compared to the city.
Yeah, I understand.
Right. We haven't done that, but it can be done.
Could that be provided to us? Sure. I would like to see what the appreciation rate citywide is versus the appreciation rate in the DIF area. I mean, arguably, the whole premise of investing in the downtown is so that it acts as a catalyst, and a couple times you use the word catalyst in here. It acts as a catalyst for growth. So I'd like to see what the different rates are, right? So if we have it through the years, I mean, there hasn't been until west of Chestnut opened, there hadn't been anything that actually should have moved that needle, right? There's talk and whatnot, but there's nothing that should have moved that needle because there was nothing that was open, there was nothing that was, spurring growth. And I know that the DIF zone, the DIF area had grown through just natural appreciation, which I'm thankful that you accounted for, because I feel like oftentimes when we're being presented with information about the DIF, it's as if nothing happening in the downtown, just the talk of the downtown has led to this great boom in values downtown, when it's actually just a natural appreciation that we would see, right, because prices go up over the years.
The natural market
right.
appreciation.
Right. Just as depreciation would be the result of X building being built because the market takes a dive, the interest rates, what have you. That's really my main question. The other one was, well, I guess it's probably better for later on in the presentation, not related to your piece. But if you could get us those numbers about the appreciation,
we'll take a look.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
That was the plan. You good with that? Okay, great. Okay, at this point, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Seymour. At this point, we'll have Pam McKinney from McKinney & Associates for focusing on our financial provisions of the LDA. Great.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Nice to see you again.
Same.
Rob is going to help me with my exhibits because I can't reach them. My goal here tonight, having described something of the financial structure the last time I was here, is to focus on something different. And that is specifically to talk about the appraisal, because that's new news. And we now have a report from the offices of Foster Appraisal, and Alan Foster has produced his report. And I have extracted from the report and from Mr. Foster's work file sort of a logic trail that I hope can help explain sort of how he's arrived at the conclusion he's arrived at. And I will say that I've reviewed the report and the appraisal and the methodology and so on, and am satisfied that from a professional point of view that the conclusion he's arrived at reflects the market value of the property. You should have a package that sort of follows my slides, so if it's easier for you to follow along in hard copy, I'll encourage you to do that. The first page, setting aside the appraisal document itself, the exhibits that were prepared for tonight's meeting begin with sort of a summary of the answer. I'm often asked, well, do you want the answer first and then we'll explain how we got there? Do you want the explanation and arrive at the answer at the end? I think it's helpful to start with some understanding of where the conclusion is, and then we can backfill. The premise, as I described when we met last time, is to establish a market value predicated on what a market rate development of this parcel would consist of. Not the 15-story tower that Mr. O'Connell is proposing, because in fact that project can't be built by the market in the absence of some of the incentives that we are talking about in the LDA. So market value by definition is what would a market rate developer do with the site. And as I explained last time, the methodology was to inquire of Boston Survey Consultants, your engineering consultants, what would the maximum capacity of the site be if you were asking a developer to do a stick-over podium development, which is the market typical approach to development in the suburban non-downtown Boston environment today. And they have sketched out a program which calls for a 48-unit, 4-story on top of a 2.5-story parking podium as being the feasible redevelopment plan for the R1 site. And so that program, those 48 units of, again, market rate development, become the basis for an appraisal of the property. And as you may know, if you've looked at appraisals from others in the past, the unit of comparison, the metric that's used by appraisers for valuing residential property is based on that unit count, because the number of units define for the developer what the economic potential of the property is, and that in turn helps the developer to calibrate a land price. How many dollars per unit of developable density can the site bear? And that becomes the basis for evaluation. Now, in the case of R1, again, we have 48 units with their associated parking, and we also have a little bit of retail area, which, again, is typical for a residential development in the downtown. So resi on the ground floor with some parking, another layer and a half or so of parking on top of that, and then 4 stories of residential above. The appraisal has collected land sale information from other similar projects that have occurred in the general vicinity, and you'll see, we'll get to them in a few moments, 5 transactions which are of comparable size. I think they range from 22 units in total to up to 56 units. So bracketing the 48-unit concept that DSC has provided, and those sale comparables provide us with an understanding of what other developers of similar property are paying on a per unit basis for the right to build multifamily housing. In addition, we have in the appraisal, the appraisers has collected some retail land sale comps so that we can ascribe an additive value for the right to build that additional ground floor retail. So it's the value is comprised of 2 pieces, a price per unit for the residential development opportunity and a price per square foot for the retail that's included. And if you look at this first page, the concluded value for the residential component is $37,000 per unit times 48 units, gives us a multifamily value, the component for the multifamily, of $1.776 million. And then there is the retail component, 3790 square feet times $50 a foot, provides an additive incremental value for the retail opportunity of $189,500, which gives us a total value before consideration for some other things which I'll come to, of $1.9655 million. Now that is what someone would pay for the site if there were no obligations to do anything but build my project. In this particular case, the developer is going to be responsible to pay for, build and pay for, some things that nobody else in this marketplace is paying for, which is to say, the developer is constructing a park on Cottage Street, and no other developer of the parcels that have been used for comparison purposes has been asked to create a park or to maintain that park over the life of a 40-year time horizon. So for the purposes of establishing a market value for the transaction, we have to take what someone would pay as it's free and clear without any strings or obligations, but we have to credit the cost obligation that is unique to the agreement that is being struck here for park creation. This is off-site. This is not part of what the developer here is acquiring. It is on top of, in addition to, beyond the boundaries of the parcel. And Woodward and Curran, who I know you're familiar with, has provided an estimate for what it would take to construct the park improvements, hardscape, trees, shrubbery, grass, etc. And in addition, has provided us with an estimate of what the annual maintenance cost, because that is an obligation which the developer is taking on, an added maintenance cost associated with keeping the park in good shape over the life of the 40-year agreement that we are talking about. And that number is $21,500 per year to do snow removal, to mow, to replace the shrubs, to repair the lighting, to repair the park benches, to repair the hardscape. And $490,000 is the capitalized value of $21,500 per year for 40 years. And the very last page of what I'm going to show you is just the arithmetic that translates that annual cost obligation into a capitalized value. So from the $1,965,500, we subtract this extraordinary cost to build an off-site park and to maintain it over a 40-year time frame, which produces a transaction value of $940,000. And that is the conclusion of the appraiser, again, based on a sales comparison approach and the capacity studies that were prepared by BSC for this purpose. Now, if we want to just sort of walk very quickly through the logic trail that underpins some of these assumptions, we begin with just a description of what the conveyance is. There's a fee parcel. Yes.
If I could, Councillor Sen.
Yeah, please.
And again, Madam Chairwoman, I understand and recognize what you're trying to do, and I appreciate that, and I support that. However, I just really want to make certain that at some point we are going to have a discussion to come back, specifically as it relates to the methodology related to the cost or the value appraisal at some point. After you finish your presentation, we will be able to come back and discuss some of the issues related to the methodology.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you,
I'm happy to discuss them.
We'll have
at any point.
questions open to any of the speakers. I just wanted to get them through.
Okay, I understand.
And perhaps just the walking through here will help maybe even to answer some of those questions along the way. So we begin just to remind everybody what the conveyance is. There's a fee parcel along with various easements, which the city will retain ownership in portions of those, a lot related to the requirement that the city have the ability to have subgrade rights for the purposes of either utility installation or underground parking. And in addition, some rights of public access and egress beyond the consumers or occupants of the residential development. And we have several pages, and again, I promised Mr. Geary that I wouldn't read the easement descriptions into the record, but just so that people are aware, in your package, you'll see that there's a memo from Paul Hines which describes the various rights that are being retained by the city and are being conveyed to the developer. So that's sort of the next 4 or 5 pages, again, just so that you know what is included. And this picture that is on the screen right now that falls behind Paul Hines' memo is a snapshot of the program which BSC has developed for a prototypical residential full floor. 12 units per floor times 4 floors of resi, again, above the parking podium, gets us to that 48 unit program. And you might wonder, well, why 4 stories over 2.5? It's because once you go above that, you're no longer talking stick over podium. You now have the additional cost associated with high-rise construction. Once you're at 7 stories, that's the cost of high-rise construction comes into play. So that's why we aren't, showing 10 stories or 9 stories rather than the number of levels that we're talking about here. And again, it's why for the purposes of the LDA, we're talking about needing supports because at 15 stories, the O'Connell project can't bear that high-rise cost. So that's just a little snapshot to show you what BSC has done to arrive at the 48-unit plan. And what follows after that are the land sales that have been used. There's a summary with a little map so that you can see where they are. And the intent here, again, has been to, by the appraisers, is to select developments that are relatively recent, relatively proximate, and relatively similar in size. That is to say, not 300 units, because we're trying to price something that's 48 units, and not 2 units, again, because the subject property has a 48-unit capacity. Those sites took place, or those transactions took place in 2014 and 2015. One of them very proximate, that 18 to 22 Mechanic Street transaction is virtually across the street. We have 2 others on Hancock Street. We have a sale at 39 Fayette Street and a sale at 68 Beale Street. And if you look at the price per unit, The price per unit that developers have paid for those parcels range from, again, unadjusted, from roughly $31,000 per unit up to about $50,000 per unit. So before there's an adjustment process, that's sort of the band that we're in. And again, 22 units ranging up to 56 units in terms of the scale. The next several pages simply provide information that the appraiser has collected about the transactions themselves. Sales 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, I'm not going to go through these ad nauseum, but just so that you can see the sort of data that has been compiled in order to understand the characteristics of each of those transactions. And that leads then to the appraiser's adjustment grid. And there are several kinds of adjustments that have been made. For starters, the appraiser has looked at the requirements that the developers of these other sites were subject to with respect to a couple of very important things that are unique to the Quincy bylaw, which have to do with public art and affordability. And the assumption here is that if a private developer were coming forward to do a pure market rate project on this site, they would be subject to the public art requirements and the affordability requirements. It follows naturally that unless you need relief, you're going to do what's required. And so each of these transactions has a slightly different, is subject to a slightly different set of characteristics. As you can probably tell, some of them have both art and affordability requirements. For example, the Mechanic Street site has no adjustment required because that site has both art and affordability requirements in wood. Contrast that with 1545 Hancock Street, which had no affordable requirement in their permit. And so the adjustment is a downward adjustment to account for the fact that that one had a need to be adjusted for the affordability. And likewise, we have lesser adjustments being made for those that did not have public art requirements. After that, we have permits and public process. In most instances, the transactions were made with permits in hand, after permits had been obtained. Ordinarily, developers don't buy land until they have every permission that they need buttoned up. So adjustments have been made for that. And after that, there is time, because the markets have been changing over the last several months, appreciating, I should say. And we have, at least in the case of the Beale Street site, a need to adjust for location. That location is considered by the appraiser to be less good than the other sites that are in question. And we also have a need to adjust for use, because two of the transactions were acquired for condominium development, not for multifamily. And condo land, generally speaking, trades at a premium to multifamily land. The intrinsic value of land, because of the economics of condo development, tend to put those numbers at a premium. And so once those adjustments are made, we have a net adjustment and an adjusted range at the end of the day that ranges from $30,000 a unit to $41,008 per unit, and the appraiser has concluded the average of the comps is $36,800. The appraiser has concluded to a $37,000 per unit value, again, to arrive at that $1,776,000 for the multifamily components. Again, this is all prior to the addition of the retail and to that final set of adjustments related to the public park. The retail land sale adjustment process is similar. It's not usual to find retail as a standalone, and so the appraiser has gone further afield than for the multifamily sales to look at retail transactions more in the metro market area, and has concluded, again, after some adjustments, mostly related to location, to a value of $50 per square foot of retail area, again, times the BSC square footage of 3760, whatever it is, gives us an incremental value for the retail component of 189.5. So we add those two together to get to the $1.9 million plus in the aggregate. And the final process here is to calibrate the adjustments, those final adjustments for the park. And I've included in the package the two Woodward and Curran memos, which speak to both the cost of the park construction, thanks Rob, and then the next one to the annual maintenance cost, and then finally to the present value computation, which gives us the capitalized PV of the 40 years worth of annual maintenance obligation. And so that's where that $490,000 number came from, that's referenced on the first summary page. So that's that's about as fast a thumbnail kind of walkthrough of a relatively complicated process as I can offer, and I'd be very pleased to talk about methodology or whatever other questions you may have.
Thank you, Pam. At this time, we're actually going to recess the Ordinance Committee meeting. We do have a public hearing. We do need to open up our City Council meeting. We will recess the City Council meeting and come back and continue this. Okay. After, up on the coming soon for this Ordinance Committee meeting, we do have Mr. Geary and Mr. Bob Davis talking about the legal rights and responsibility of the city and the redeveloper under the terms, as well as counsel to the City Council, Mr. Jim Shea. So those are two more speakers slated for this evening. So at this point, I am going to recess the Ordinance Committee meeting. Okay. I'll do this. And at this time, I'd like to call to order the public hearing relative to Council Orders 2016-074 and Council Order 2016-137. These are amending Chapter 375 of Zoning, Section 9.4, Special Permit, adding Section 9.49 through 9.411, and Special Permit, and amending Title 15 to add a new Section 15.28 entitled Wage Theft Prevention, currently pending in the Oversight Committee. With that, if we do welcome public testimony. Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please come forward. You're welcome to speak in favor. If you're wanting to sign in favor, we do have sign-in sheets in the rear of the chamber. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, we welcome you to come forward. You can both. Either or council order, you're welcome to come forward. Wishing to speak in opposition or sign in opposition, the sign-in sheets are at the rear of the chamber. Having no one come forward, at this time we will call that public hearing closed. Welcome to this evening's City Council meeting here in the Great Hall, Monday, January 9th, 7:30 p.m. Ooh, on the dot. Look at that. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll, please.
Councillor King. Councillor Croall. Councillor Devine. Councillor Finn. Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest. Councillor Liang. Councillor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Here.
8 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you'll all rise, please. And this evening, I'd like to take a moment of silence remembering the 2 fallen police officers killed in the line of duty in the deadly shooting in Orlando and Fort Lauderdale earlier this weekend, and just remember those who were involved in that, all of our first responders, and just our country who and our nation just definitely in mourning, and With that, I would ask you to face the flag and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the open meeting law.
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit it through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made whether perceived or unperceived by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permitted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And at this time, I think we will adjourn this the regular council meeting and go back to the ordinance committee meeting. So we'll adjourn right now, and Councillor Laforest will come back to the podium. Thank you. All right, so good evening. I'd like to call back to order the ordinance committee meeting, and at this time, if I could call back to the podium Mr. Bill Geary and Mr. Bob Davis. This is for an explanation of legal rights and responsibilities of the city and the redeveloper under the terms of the land disposition agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. With your indulgence, at the last session, Mr. Davis and I did provide an overview of the salient legal provisions of the agreement. Since that time, we've been in frequent communication with the legal counsel for the council, Mr. Shea, and at this time, I don't believe that we have anything to add. We remain available to answer questions, and in the prior conversation with Mr. Shea, I know that he has some comments that he may wish to make, and so we would waive our opportunity in lieu of his opportunity to make those comments, and leave to the chair's discretion when you would like to solicit those comments. I think the more important technical issues that have been presented here this evening by Pam McKinney and Mr. Seymour with respect to the diff economics as well as the appraisal itself, questions understandably will arise in your minds, and we would like to focus on that if that's okay with the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Geary. Mr. Shea, if you could come forward for your remarks, please.
Good evening, and thank you. I'll keep this brief because I know there will be a lot of discussion about the appraisal. I have reviewed the draft LDA. It was a product of pretty intense negotiation over a long period of time, and I really can't speak for the entire council in my communications with about the LDA, but I felt that on review that there were certain critical issues that the council, in my experience, would want some comfort on. And I communicated those to Mr. Geary, and he did, and through him to the Developers Council. And there are three major kind of issues. Again, aside from the give and take on the business terms, which I think are kind of reflected in the appraisal, which we'll be talking about later. The first one is that given the complexity of this deal, the LDA doesn't, as written now, the draft LDA doesn't reflect all the ultimate terms because there are other things to be worked out. And I thought, and I think there's an agreement on that with the developer and Mr. Geary that the council will have the chance to approve future agreements or enter into pursuant to the LDA, including obviously the bond authorization for the garage, design build contract for the construction of the garage, including the GMP price, which I think will be a very critical element, again, to be determined later. In terms of the parking lease in which the developer pays for the use of designated spaces in the new garage, and the Section 6A agreement, which is in effect the in lieu of tax agreement. Again, all of these things were, and I thought that given the complexity of the document and there was more emphasis on some of the nitty-gritty business terms, that could be made more. I just want to make that absolutely clear, and I think they've agreed to that in concept, and we will add clarifying language, nothing that would change the business deal between now and the next meeting. The second major issue was the use restrictions, as demonstrated in Pam McKinney's remarks. The concessions that are made in the LDA are a product to some extent on the fact that the developer's building something that the market wouldn't otherwise allow. So we want to make sure that the use restrictions, not just the residential use, but the high rise, which is the premise of the additional costs associated with a high rise building, are remain a requirement in terms of the use of this property. And then finally, similarly, the remedies in the agreement. There are some affirmative obligations going forward. One of the things mentioned is to make payments under the lease, to maintain the park, and so on. And there are not there's not a reverter in this agreement. I understand that was a key part of the negotiations. There's no guarantee. So in this entity is likely has no other assets, will have no other assets other than the property once it's purchased. That I felt that we need to make very clear, and it may be in there, and I think it is, but it's because it's important to make absolutely clear that those affirmative obligations will be secured by a lien on the property being sold. So in effect, it's like if they don't make payments, if they don't maintain the park as promised and as affecting the appraisal, that it would be as if they didn't pay their real estate taxes. You'll have a remedy that will follow the land. So that's again, I think there's agreement in concept, but those of you who have read the agreement, it's pretty complex, and we just want to make sure that at least those issues are totally clear.
Again, thank you, Mr. Shea. But the one, just in terms of where we're moving forward with this, it's listed these three different specific items, is that particularly in terms of the first item that you mentioned, in terms of the sequencing of these various transactions moving forward, these things that happen post land disposition agreement, so to speak.
Yep.
So, are you able to propose language that articulates that more clearly within the context of the LDA itself?
Yes, we'll make it. They made some changes since I made my general comments in the recitals to the agreement, but I think there could be. Again, there's agreement in the concept. We just want to make sure that in the body of the agreement, it's clear that that is the case.
And I would guess that that's, from what it sounds like, these are, again, with all, in relation to all three, there's specific language that's probably engaged in that. And that we would be able to really have that specific language highlighted out for us as it relates to the agreement.
And some of this, Mr. Davis said, well, that's already in there, and it may well be, but it isn't as clear as I'd like, or maybe I can be educated on that.
Great.
But again, I believe there's no, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no disagreement in concept.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fenn. Any more comments? Mr. Geary, sure.
Yes, I agree generally with everything Councilor Shea just reported. As I mentioned in my introductory comments, we have been working diligently with him to remove any potential ambiguity from the language that is in the LDA or may not be in the LDA, which we're willing to fashion with him over the course of the near term. I also neglected to mention that among the materials that you will find in your packets is a fact sheet with respect to the public improvements. And when you go through that fact sheet, it's important to recall the comments that I made when we presented the LDA initially, which is that we didn't want to focus in on the garage and the mechanics of the garage in terms of making it clear that the vote for this LDA, approval of this LDA, isn't the only vote that this council is going to make on some of the provisions that are contained therein. So, for example, the provision that provides for, under the new law, Chapter 355 of the Acts of 2016, that provides for the developer, the designated redeveloper, to construct the garage and other public improvements, is still subject to approval by this body in terms of its appropriating authority, its approval authority and its appropriating authority. And the fact of the matter is that in the fact sheet that relates to all the public improvements that may be contained in this LDA or in the follow-on LDA for the other pending development of LBC at 1500 Hancock Street, that those provisions that you approve in the LDA do not become operational or effective until you subsequently approve those public works and authorize the appropriation of funds to fund those public works. So we are going to endeavor with Mr. Shea to make that very clear in the LDA that when you vote to approve this, it's not an automatically voting to approve the garage. That still is going to require an additional approval from this body and the additional proceedings, public proceedings, that would support your consideration and approval of those projects.
Thank you. Councillor Finn.
This is just for information purposes, but you've referenced that packet. Was that something that was provided with us here this evening? Was it part of that in terms of?
Provided printed here in your packet for the councilor as well.
Oh,
and as well as if you have the ordinance committee meeting notice is the first page of your packet, and then page 3 begins the document he's referencing. It's a lot of bullet points.
Right. Well, again,
and this particular document was attached to the email that I sent to the clerk as well as to each individual councilor.
So we have it in hard copy before us this evening. It was also sent electronically prior to the weekend. Does anyone else have any other comments at this time? I'm going to stay on this side with Councillor Croall.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good to see you, Mr. Geary.
Thank you.
Question, but I'm just sort of thinking through this out loud, and feel free to kind of interject at any time. And I know that we've had discussion in subsequent meetings where we talked about this land disposition agreement, and I feel like there's a projection to keep a clear line between the parking garage and this land disposition agreement, and I can understand that, and I can understand you continuously saying that will be involved throughout the parking garage discussion, but are they not, in theory, hoping to be built around the same time and sharing the same foundation?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
So conceptually, as I sort of think through that, and I get it, you have a financial model that pertains specifically to a 48-unit, high-rise structure, and then you have a municipal parking garage, but I mean, realistically, we are talking about sequencing that will be happening at the same time, because the reality is, right, we're going to lose parking and we're going to need parking.
That is, all of that is absolutely true, and we have talked about that before. These first two projects, as well as follow-on projects, and as well as the general overall vitality of the downtown, is reliant upon the construction of a new garage.
Today, provided provided that we get, right?
That's correct. That is correct.
The garage.
And without the garage, this particular project won't go forward because it needs that garage. The economy of scale that's provided to us by the enactment of the new law pursuant to the home rule petition this body approved allows us to more efficiently make certain that those two projects are sequenced properly. And indeed, under the terms of the LDA, the developer, if they are hindered from closing their financing, or they're still obligated to proceed with the construction of the garage. And if I've misstated that, Mr. Davis will correct me. But what we're trying to do here is to make sure that we can advance all these projects. But the central ingredient is the garage itself and the pertinent improvements to provide access and egress to that garage, as well as the utility relocations that are involved. However, that doesn't mean that the council, by voting for this LDA at this point in time with that provision in there, as I said, it doesn't become effective until this body acts separately and distinctly on the approval of that project and the funding for that project.
And I agree to all that. I guess where I'm sort of having the disconnect. I see what you're saying. Basically, the financing on the residential projects, essentially, the garage gets rolled up initially into the overall picture. I can completely understand that, but I think where I'm having the disconnect is like, why are we not being shown more of proof of concept of that garage? Because you're right, they may be on separate tracks, but you start construction site over there, there's going to be an immediate need.
Well,
for the garage.
We do have a timeline for this, Councillor. We can show you the graph. The garage is currently under preliminary design, so that's going to take some time. The garage is under preliminary design. The apartment complex in this case is not under design yet. They're not going to design it to final specs until they have their approvals, number one, and number two, of course, is the financing. One would say financing should be number one, but the precondition for them to get the financing from HUD is to get an approval of the LDA from this body. That's what they need to go to market to get it financed. So that's the critical, important first step. And once they do have that document approved, then they can go get their financing. Much of the obligation is, as it relates to safeguards, is pre-loaded in the beginning. If they don't get their financing, then the project doesn't go forward.
Right.
As simple as that. And I'll restate that because I stated that at the last session. So it's critical for us to get them to a point where they can engage, and no financing authority is going to engage with them until they have the land disposition agreement in hand. Once they start that process, and meanwhile, we are proceeding with the design of the garage, because whether that project goes forward or not, we believe, and we will make the case to this body, that the city needs that garage.
Correct. So, I mean, in hearing you sort of talk through that a little bit, my understanding now is we're more than just a concept. In some form of sense, we are putting pen to paper as it pertains to the garage, which, in my mind, okay.
We're putting we have a design firm, Desmond Associates, who's a leading firm in the United States for designing garage. We need them to advance with the design to a point where we can estimate a cost.
So we're not there yet?
No, we're not there. This is really called preliminary design. We are looking at being in a position to have that by March. So we are very vigorously pursuing that so that we can have two things. One, we can have a preliminary design, and two, we can have an estimated cost. And with the approval of the LDA, in this instance, with Mr. O'Connell, since his firm will be the construction manager, we want to engage the contractor that he wishes to employ to build his project to also will be the same contractor building the garage, and we want to merge those two efforts together so that we're getting preliminary design build with value engineering, so that it's the contractor that's going to build it is giving us input, and that's going to produce a better project that's going to be more efficient in terms of getting it constructed.
I understand why we're approaching that way. So I guess I would just assume that the number of spaces in aggregate has not yet been determined.
Not with finality. It's as we've indicated, 650 to 700. We are talking about different design approaches.
I know you say quality of materials, longevity of materials, right? I remember all that.
Absolutely. All of that is taking place. We've had discussions actually over the holiday to discuss the cost-benefit analysis of one construction approach versus a different construction approach in terms of the longevity and maintenance of a facility over a period of 40 years. We are also, as I've said in testimony here before, and believe me, I'm very excited about this aspect of the project and looking forward to presenting it to you when we've developed it to a point where we can present it to you. But a key element here is not just to build the standard garage that we unfortunately saw with the Ross garage, and as you see with municipal garages, all over the country. It's not just here in Massachusetts, it's certainly not here just in Quincy, but to create a place, a gathering place, a civic place, to create a place that is going to enhance the vibrancy of the downtown, not just be a hulking, dark building that people are afraid to go into. It's got to be every bit as architecturally appealing as the buildings that we want these developers to build in our community.
I agree to that in its entirety. And I know you're not also, you're not only an employee of the city of Quincy, but you're also a resident.
Yes.
The same could be said for everyone sitting here this evening. But I keep going back to the garage because just like you, to me and everyone else, not everyone, but a lot of folks that I interact with on a daily basis, the common question are issues around traffic and parking and traffic. And I say this every single meeting because I hear about it so much. When it comes to parking, we would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So shoot for the sky with the numbers, because as you know, if folks can't adequately park in a garage, they're going right to the neighborhood, and the neighbors did not sign up for that. And I know you agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But as I sort of think through this, and I know you're facilitating the meeting, so I guess I just asked, did you want to stick with Mr. Geary, or did you want to kind of roll tide? Council?
I would also like to reserve the high fee, which is Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Councilor. I just had a question for Greg, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the presentation on the diff. I had preliminarily just requested some information. I didn't know that RKG was handling all of the numbers as it pertain to revenue and expenses in concert with the diff. So I guess going forward, maybe I can just deal with you directly. But I'm seeing the presentation now. It just takes me sometimes a little bit longer to connect things on the fly versus if I have some time to process it. So I'll do my best, and if I'm asking an obvious question, please feel free to stop me. But what I was trying to get to the bottom of, and I think you answered it in maybe slide 3 of the presentation, was we have essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, about $41 million in debt authorized already. within in the diff going back to 2006. A chunk of that, maybe, a quarter, is going from a ban to a permanent bond, right? So we have to generate essentially this amount of revenue to service our already pre-existing debt. And if I don't remember this specifically, but is the duration of the ban 3 years, 3 to 5? Is that how long you can roll a ban before it becomes a bond?
Typically, that's what they are, but
okay.
The bans that you have under the special legislation, you can take a ban out for 10 years before you need to roll it into a bond. And now ones that have been out there, some of them have been out there for 10 years. So they're rolling off after their 10-year period.
So essentially, if I'm hearing correct and interpreting the data that's been presented this evening, you talk about interest rate risk. I follow the economies enough to know that, interest rates will continue to go up. I was doing my weekly reading the other day, and, the pundit that I heard was predicting 2 interest rate hikes in 2017. So I understand timing, and I understand, opportunity cost. So hearing that, if you have up to 10 years to essentially roll these bans, do you then turn and advise the city to maybe look at taking some of these bans and putting them into longer term bonds now to hedge your interest rate risk? Or?
No, I would keep them. 1% bans that you're running now are far less expensive than rolling it into even a 4% bond or whatever the market will.
Right, but once you come off that 10-year cycle, for lack of a better word, you bear whatever the market.
You do. That's when you roll it off. Mm-hmm. It's whatever the market will bear at that point in time, and that the interest rates, though, as I understand it, that the city will be facing, then it's a question of what general market rates are for municipal bonds at those types, but it's also has to do with the city's credit rating and its growth potential and those types of things. And one of the things that and others can probably address this, bond council can certainly address it better than I can, is that the city's progression of continuing to build its tax base through the incentives, it's in a partnership that has been going through the private investors for downtown, has been beneficial to the overall perception that bond underwriters have for the city of Quincy, for the debt that you have. Because the $41 million in bonds that are out, bans that are outstanding now that are being rolling off, there is sufficient revenue to cover that debt service, both the bans and when they roll over in the higher interest rate kicks in with the assumptions that we've made in here. Our model predicts all of that. In order to continue to bond more through the ban process, to build the garage and any other future additions, that is what's going to require new growth rather than just the appreciation of the existing things that are generating tax revenue now. It's the new stuff that will come out of the ground as a result of that garage, which are going to pay for it. And so the model that we have, it's a large, complex model that looks at every piece of property within the district. It's looked at it from 2006 every year, every piece of property, and tracks evaluation, tracks the use, the code that's on there, and tracks the assessment and the tax revenue from that particular property. So every year that there's a reassessment, as there just was, going into fiscal year 2017, that has to be adjusted. And so what we do is we go back and meet with the assessor. We get the new tax records for fiscal year 17. And what happens is you have parcels that merge together, parcels that get split up, some change use. So there are these changes that have to be made in the bowels of this financial model. And then that becomes the basis for then forecasting out based on all the assumptions we have going into it. As I mentioned, there's the existing projects we know about that are either permitted or planned to be permitted. There are those that people have talked about, which are a little firmer than that. And then there's the more hypothetical growth that we've talked about from the urban design exercise that we've done. So the model incorporates all that, makes those assumptions, and then forecasts out that tax revenue going forward, and then uses that to say how much debt can be supported as a result of this increases going forward.
So based on your presentation, I think it was slide 3, it shows this calendar year 2016 roughly generating $2 million in revenue.
Yep.
And what I was wondering, and this is really just what I was trying to get to the bottom of, and I'm not sure that I did, like in terms of debt service that we have on our already pre-existing bans and soon-to-be bans, current bans, soon-to-be bonds. I mean, how much are we meeting and achieving that? And I remember the conversation, I don't know, it might have been a year ago, that, valuations, property values were up in the downtown, and therefore, was raising the revenue coming into the coffers. But are we above, how far above and beyond are we with our revenues as they relate to our expenses?
The current revenues that are coming in today are sufficient to cover the existing debt service and the known forecast debt service as the bans roll off.
Do you know what sufficient means specifically?
It's more than, I don't know how much more it is, but it's more than enough to cover that debt service.
50% more than your...
It's not that high. It's enough to cover $41 million under the assumptions that we have used with the debt service coverage that we built into the model. So there's not... The existing revenue, this revenue, bar any changes, any new revenue coming in, is sufficient to cover the debt service on the $40 million going forward, but not sufficient to cover an additional $40 million.
Right, to get new growth.
That's going to take more new growth to do.
Myself, I know everyone's sitting around the floor. I want nothing more than this downtown to be wildly successful. The way that my brain is wired is I'm just over analytical, and I want to, read numbers, understand numbers, process numbers, and then challenge numbers. So, I understand what you're saying when you talk about new growth, and rightfully so. And I also understand the concept of economic risk, right, that a developer takes, quite honestly, when they step up to the plate to build a 15-story, 48-unit residential complex. My thought is, as a city councilor, how am I putting the taxpayer in the best position possible to mitigate any potential pitfalls, which no one can. There's not an absolute safeguard for economic risk, right? Market cycles happen on the drop of a dime. We've all lived through several of them. What I'm wondering is, if things shifted, right? You can't predict that. And then we had a parking garage and a correction in the residential market cycle. Would we be in a position to, are your model showing that we'd be in a position to essentially service the debt on a non-predetermined parking garage at this point?
With the O'Connell project and the other known development that is going to occur in the downtown, that's either been permitted or planned and is planned to be coming out of the ground, that adds a significant cushion to the additional debt that can be taken on. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
No,
I'm actually be happy to share go over the model with you if you have 3 or 4 hours to do that. Wow. It is pretty complex.
Sure.
But we've tried to take, as we're building this model and moving it forward, we've taken a conservative approach in terms of the assumptions that we've made, both the interest rate assumptions and the rate of growth assumptions and the valuation assumptions moving forward.
But I'm assuming you stress test those against all worst case scenarios.
We do.
Right, so that you have a kind of, low end, moderate, and, extreme. Yeah.
But again, the whole idea of what you're dealing with today, the issue at hand is really taking the steps as soon as possible with these catalytic projects while the market is good, while there is development interest, strong development interest out there. Take the steps now necessary to make that foundation, get it in the ground, usually get that garage in there, because that is going to stimulate additional development moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmucci.
I don't need you, Greg. Thank you. The bill with Pam. Maybe start with Pam. Go ahead.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hello there.
I just wanted to kind of go through the appraisal with you to some degree. So the assumption is, again, just as a foundation here, 15 stories can't be built in the marketplace without incentive, right? As you said. So 48 units between 2 stories and then 2 stories of parking.
2 stories of parking and 4 stories of residential.
Okay, and then 12 units per.
Right.
And what's the square footage of that ballpark? I mean, I'm not expecting that.
You know, call it 1,200 square feet per unit, give or take.
Okay.
Gross.
Now, there's no requirement of, if you look at the URDP, doesn't that plan essentially say that it's possible for you to develop in the downtown district without parking, as long as you make a compensation towards the shared parking goals of the entire district?
You can't build a project that doesn't have parking. You know, whether the bylaw says you can build without parking or not, the market would require parking.
How much parking?
The estimate from a market point of view is a little over a 1 per unit, if you account for some amount of visitor space, but it's essentially a 1 per. And the BFC plan is predicated on that assumption. In addition, there's a little bit of surface parking that's associated with the retail that's in their plan. So between the two, there's I think 60 spaces for the 48 units plus a little bit of surface parking to satisfy the retail requirement.
I got the impression, and maybe mistakenly so, that was a generic footprint of a residential building, the 12 units per floor.
It is calibrated to fit the size of the fee parcel.
Right.
Because, of course, if you were a market rate developer, you wouldn't want to build your building on top of a parcel under which the city is building a parking garage, for example, or needing to run a utility relocation.
But you're taking a like a cookie cutter approach to just saying, okay, this is what something that's
it's a hypothesis.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely hypothetical. Exactly.
But you're using this hypothetical. You're saying 60 parking spaces, but that hasn't been the practice in the downtown development thus far. So that's one of the assumptions and the hypotheticals that are being baked into this appraisal that I'm having trouble getting over. I mean, if you look at West of Chestnut, how many units is West of Chestnut? Bill, do you know off the top of your head?
I don't know.
Chris?
160
units?
Something like
there
that.
There are not 160 parking spaces there, right? So clearly, things are being developed directly abutting this that don't require the ability to park itself. Cliveden Street parks itself, is my understanding.
Yes, that's right.
And Mechanic Street, there's no way there's enough parking for the number of units going in that building either.
I'll confess I don't remember how many parking spaces there are, but I do know that the appraiser, when they looked at the comps, validated whether or not the parking requirement for the comps was consistent with what was being proposed by the BFC plan. Now, if we can go back and I can find you the data for the parking requirement for those other 5 projects, just so that you can...
Well, it's a URDP. I mean, it's URDP and it's a zoning. The zoning for downtown is governed by the URDP. We've separated the downtown out and said, follow the URDP, that's the governing document. In my recollection of our multiple reiterations of the URDP is that you don't have to park yourself. You either park yourself or you pay into the shared parking fund. That was my understanding. I don't think that has changed in anything. So Cliveden,
I'm not sure it matters.
Parks themselves, so they didn't have to pay in. West of Chestnut doesn't park themselves, but they were waived that requirement. Mechanic Street, I don't know the details of that particular project, but it doesn't park itself. I mean, they just put in the parking lot last week. At most, that's going to hold, and I'm being generous, 30 cars, and I think that's far less than half a space per unit. So at the outset, I'm not disagreeing with you that maybe in another place, in another zone, it isn't Quincy Center operating under the URDP, it takes 60 spaces to park that 48-unit building. But I don't think that that's a realistic number.
Well, I think that the appraiser has taken care to try to match up the parking requirements with the adjustment of the comps, and understand that whether you actually put the parking spaces on site or buy them out, the effective equivalent from the perspective of their impact on land is the same. You know, whether you build a space for $35,000, because that's about what it costs to build a space, $35,000 to $40,000 all in with soft costs, or whether you have another unit of $35,000 or $40,000 per unit, the equivalency is, you know, it's pretty close. So again, I can go back to the appraiser if it's helpful, just to get a better explanation for how he has made adjustments or not, or considered the parking attributes for the comps.
Yeah,
just so that we're satisfied that there's there is equivalency there.
Apples to apples.
Yeah, apples to apples, exactly.
And when you're looking at historically, so you look at, you know, an appraiser's job isn't to say what I think will happen in the future, but it's to say, this is what I think the current value of something is based on what's happened in the past. So when I look at the downtown Quincy, and I say, what's the value of the current, or what's the situation that we can expect of the current land use based on historical use, I look, or in this case, what's been permitted. I look at Cliveden, I look at Mechanic Street, I look at east of Chestnut, and I look at west of Chestnut. Cliveden parks itself, Mechanic Street does not park itself, east of Chestnut does not park itself, and west of Chestnut does not park itself. And again, I don't know about Mechanic Street, but east of Chestnut and west of Chestnut didn't have to pay into the shared parking contribution. So it wasn't $35,000 a spot, it was far less. I think one of the things that they had to do was provide a parking space for a zip car, and that was considered their contribution to shared community parking. So it's not $35,000 based on, it might be in the future if we're projecting, but based on what's been actually accomplished and permitted. There's 4 projects, residential projects that have been permitted in the downtown, and 3 of which don't park themselves. One of which does. I don't know what the cost it was to park on that site.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's important to make sure that the economics of what we're comparing is equivalent. And I'll confess I don't know enough about exactly what the parking arrangement is for these projects, which where we don't have a land transaction that goes with them. You know, the comps that have been used, we know traded and have attributes that we can analyze. We know with west of Chestnut, there's the economics of that project are, shall we say, maybe not market either, just like the 15-story O'Connell project isn't market either. So I think getting to the bottom of that particular one might be more difficult. Not to say
that's exactly my
can't
point.
Try, but I think what we're trying to do here is to make sure that the city is getting a market rate equivalency, as if you were going to the marketplace without incentives, without anything other than the zoning as a foundation and what the market would need in order to be successful. And again, I think it isn't just zoning, so it includes a need to consider what the market would have to be successful. And some evidence of what the market would require is baked into those 5 land comps that we have. And again, you know, I think we can ask the appraiser for more clarity on how he has treated the issue of, you know, differences in the way parking is being handled on those 5 sites, to be satisfied that, you know, we've got the right set of adjustments, if you will, to account for that. But you know,
your point about that you're not sure that west of Chestnut and east of Chestnut are borne out by the market is exactly my point. With this appraisal, you're comparing it to something that you would hold it to a standard that no other development downtown has been held to, because there are incentives. So we're comparing, trying to compare an incentive-laden deal with a non-incentive-laden deal, but nothing's being done in the downtown, or has been done in the downtown thus far, without built-in incentives. So regardless of the incentives...
We have 5 land sales that show the very kind of development that we're talking about, that, were required in that 2014-15 time frame to build in the same thing, stick over podium with parking below. And so, I guess the point here is that we may not have something on the Hancock lot yet to demonstrate that a downtown deal on that site is doable without incentives. But we have certainly examples in other locations that aren't too far away to show that that's what it's likely the market would want to do. And again, I think there's a need to sort of translate from the specific circumstances that we're trying to manage, feasibility obstacles that we're trying to manage via this agreement on the Hancock lot itself, that have to do with the intrusion of publicly owned improvements subgrade, for example, while we're trying to incent a building form that's different than what the market would otherwise do, and trying to translate those circumstances to a pure market rate deal, as if you were not helping to support a project and using other attributes that the city has, other funds, et cetera, that the city has at its disposal to help prop those projects up. The appraiser's trying to, for lack of a better way of putting it, trying to run it pure, without considerations for whatever supports the city might otherwise lend to this.
But that's unrealistic if every single project has been propped up in a way to say, oh no, let's say it's a 4-story building, but 2 of those stories are going to be parking. To me, that matters because it goes from being a 48-unit residential building to being a 96-unit residential building that piggybacks off of parking that everybody else is piggybacking off. There. And I'm not saying that's the best way to do it. I've criticized both those deals in the past because that's the way it's been done. And I don't think that's the way we should do it, but why would we all of a sudden say, well, when we're going to value this asset, we're going to look at it like this is going to be the first project we ever hold their feet to the fire. They're actually going to do everything that we say in this URDP. Because that's not what's going to happen. Under no circumstances.
Well,
suddenly we're going to hold people accountable for something we've held no one else accountable.
From an appraisal point of view, though, it's sort of you give it with one hand and you take it away with the other. So, as I said before, you could create a new hypothetical. You could have a different hypothetical that says, no, we're going to get the developer to contribute to construct the parking elsewhere.
No, I'm not saying create a new hypothetical. I'm just saying use the 3 projects that have already been permitted, use those same standards, and apply that here, because that's not what's being done. You're saying you're going to have 2 stories that are fully parking itself, when 3 of the 4 projects permitted downtown don't park themselves, haven't been required to. Otherwise, those deals wouldn't have worked. So, I think you get the point of what I'm trying to say.
I understand the point completely, but I guess methodologically, again, just from a technical point of view, if you're going to adjust the sales that we have for a scenario in which the parking is off-site but being bought out, okay?
Which no one's had to do yet, so I wouldn't have.
Then you would take the sales and you would make adjustments for that, and theoretically at least, you should end up in exactly the same place. From a technical point of view, the answer should be identical. More units, but, with more of an offset to adjust for the parking differential.
What's the Chestnut has a zip car? That's not 35,000 times 100 units. It's a zip car. It's 1 parking space for a zip car, and we call that their parking contribution in part. So I just don't think it's realistic to say that there would be 2 stories of parking. And when it comes to the issue of feasibility obstacles, as you term them, and trying to manage around those feasibility obstacles. I'm in a different perspective, or I see my role up here as coming from a different perspective, and that's as having a fiduciary obligation to the taxpayer. And I'm all for the vision of downtown. I've supported the mayor's vision for downtown since the beginning, and I still do. But when it comes to looking at what's going to be done with that site, I care less about what's going to be done with it, whether it's a 15-story building or whether it's a 4-story, stick-over podium building. I care less about that than I do about the value to the taxpayer, because that is a public asset, and I have a fiduciary obligation to the taxpayer that we get maximum return for that asset. And so that's really what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here. And I'm not 100% sold on the 15-story building yet. I'm, as I said to you last time, I'm willing to entertain this notion and to really try and get there, that it's going to have this catalytic effect on everything around it. And I'm open to that. I'm open to hearing it. But when we're trying to figure out, take the 15-story building away, right? Because I don't think the appraiser should have. My fear here is that what we're doing is we're saying, okay, in order for the 15-story building to work, the appraisal needs to come back at X. And then how do we get to X? This is the scenario we set up. It's a 48-unit building with 2 stories of parking, even though we haven't had anyone else park themselves. We're going to, because that gets us to X. Whereas really, we want to get to what the true value of that parcel is. How much of the Hancock parking lot, percentage-wise, is that parcel? R1 or whatever the 15-story building is?
The entirety of the parcel is about 5 acres, if I recall. Somebody will correct me if I'm misspeaking that. And if you take the footprint that has been programmed here, it's about 13,000 square feet, 13,526, I think. And so it's quite a tiny fraction of the entire parcel. I guess I keep coming back.
What would it be in a percentage-wise? Is it 1%?
Oh, 13,000 divided. Craig, if you can do the 5 times 43, 560, and then 13, 526 divide. I think it's 6%.
Okay, go on. You can finish your point.
Yeah. So I guess what I keep coming back to here is this idea that what we're trying to do is, again, I want to state very clearly that this was not a back-solving exercise. Okay, this was not an exercise in which you say, oh, hey, it's $1 million. Let's devise a scenario that gets to $1 million. That's not the exercise. It's about trying to understand what the marketplace would pay for a site on which the market would build what the market can do feasibly, recognizing that whether you treat parking on site, as we have in this hypothetical, or we treat it as a cost offset that has to be bought and paid for against the land, it kind of doesn't matter. The effect of those two approaches, albeit both hypothetical, should be the same, technically. And, ultimately, beyond that premise of a market-based highest and best use concept, the other thing that I think is important to recognize, and it's sort of off topic from the appraisal question you'd asked, but goes to the why 15 stories, it isn't just the catalytic effect of that project on the overall value for the district. It's the underwriting of 20% of the garage cost, and underwriting public improvements that would not otherwise be available were it not for a project helping to pay for those costs. And again, to Craig Seymour's earlier point about, interest rate risk and cost risk, the project at 15 stories, again, almost 3 times what would be possible on that same site in comparison to what a market stick-over podium would allow. That project gives you an ability to underwrite 20% of garage cost. And again,
you don't know what
it's an anchor to that part of the overall downtown.
So that makes sense to me. That sounds like a good benefit, 20% of underwriting of the cost of the garage. If I knew the cost of the garage,
well, you will.
If the garage is $100,000 and it's 20%, that's less impressive than if it's $1 million and it's 20%. I know I'm making up those numbers, but 20% of what? If you're telling me that's the benefit, it's 20% of something, my next question is, what? I'm going to give you 20%. Of what?
Well, it's 20% of whatever the cost is. So it means that no matter what it is, your obligation is for 80%, not 100%. So that's a good thing. But you know, I also think not to be flip about it, but that that the cost will be known at a point soon. And quite frankly, if the cost is too big for you or for the developer, that their 20% share is too big, then guess what? It's not going to happen. And so, you know, I think that it's important to recognize that these trains are leaving the station, we hope simultaneously, garage and development agreement, to arrive at their destination more or less simultaneously. And if we treat the decision making in a purely linear fashion, that is to say, get the garage decided and then decide on the development agreement, the risk associated with ever getting the development off the ground, it multiplies by a dramatic amount. So I know it's uncomfortable to be trying to make choices here for land, on the land control front, before you know what 20% of, you know, what is it 20% of? But if we can't get the trains leaving the station at more or less the same time, the whole enterprise is imperiled, in my opinion.
You're asking me to get on a train without telling me where it's going.
Well, we hope where it's going.
Hope that there isn't a big U with a train
in a completed development.
Yeah.
You know, not just completed, but fully occupied and generating cash flow.
Right. Well, thank you, Pam. That's a great transition to Bill. If I could get a moment with Bill. A couple of questions about the cost of the garage. I'm almost done. So we don't know the cost of the garage. You had mentioned.
We do not, and that's
we don't know the number of spaces.
Well, no. Every project starts with.
No. It was a yes or no question. I'll give you plenty of time.
No, I'm not on the stand in a court.
My question, I haven't answered your question. Those were statements, so I didn't ask you anything. But my question is, why in the URDP do we spell out a cost and we say it's going to be 600 parking spaces in the Hancock lot? What's the difference between what we've all adopted in the URDP and what's being thought about now? Why the difference?
Because we're still engaged in a planning concept. We believe that it makes sense to assess a range of potential spaces, both in terms of demand as well as in terms of space. You have fellow councilors who are saying, reach for the sky, build bigger rather than take a chance on having an insufficient supply. So we are doing what I think is the appropriate approach, which is to assess the market as well as the feasibility in an engineering sense, as well as a traffic flow sense and all of the other attributes that we need to consider.
The 600 parking space number comes from the amendment number 4, which was updated by the administration June 6, 2016. That was only 6 months ago. Has the market changed so dramatically in 6 months that 600 units isn't the starting point of what we're talking about?
Well, it's a consideration. it may well end up being 600 spaces because the costs may make those determinations. And that's the purpose of the exercise, is to determine the cost as well as the utility. And it could end up being 600 spaces, but it doesn't prevent us as a planning matter to consider more if we think there's a potential that it will require more. And as Pam said, that's one of the important issues, both for these two developments, that they provide anchor tenants. And I can assure you that it isn't going to cost $100,000 for the garage. It's going to cost multiples of millions. And so I would hope that this body would want us to take as wide a range of consideration, wider range of analysis as we could possibly engage in to assure that we're going to get a garage that meets the need, that is affordable and financeable according to the dictates of the revenue that could potentially be generated by the garage and contributed to the DIF.
I appreciate that things are changing in a dynamic fashion every day. I get that. But I wasn't the one who decided to write 600 units of parking in the Hancock lot in the URDP. I would presume that was based on copious amounts of research, of the parking studies that were done downtown that were previously conducted by the city's consultants. The value, I mean, there's a value to building that garage that's discussed in the URDP. So, I mean, quite frankly, I was surprised to hear you say tonight that that you're getting to a point to estimate a cost of the garage in March, hopefully by March, and that it's not a fixed cost or number of spaces yet. Because again, I feel like we're working with an equation where we don't have all the numbers we need to make the decision. And Pam made a good analogy about, you know, there needs to be some trust here, and that's fine. But when numbers change, and numbers that I was asked to take a vote on multiple times to adopt as a policy, when those numbers are then asked of someone in the process now, and we're told it's still kind of up in the air, I suppose I would be more comfortable with hearing that, well, 600 is what we've identified as being needed there. We're either seeing some facts on the ground that suggest we need more spaces, or facts on the ground, market forces that suggest we need less spaces, but not kind of, we're hoping to figure it out by March. I mean, do you understand my point there? 600 units should be the starting point. That's the default, because that's what we all agreed upon in multiple hours of hearings previously.
I'm not going to disagree with that. However, there are changed circumstances, and we are opting to take a fulsome look at whether 600 is the number, whether 650 is the number, whether 700 is the number, or any other number that comes in between that. Obviously, we need to come back to the council. The council is going to have the ultimate approval authority for this.
Yeah, and you say that, and I appreciate that, but what happens is we take a vote on the land disposition agreement and in support of a 15-story tower, and then when it makes its way back to the council, we're told, well, you have to vote it this way, because if you don't, the whole project falls apart. So it's really not presented as a choice later on. These are the times that we have to make these decisions, because later on, there's only one vote you can possibly take. We can't say no, because we're not going to blow up the entire deal should it proceed. So it's difficult to take a vote like an LDA vote on this without knowing the details, we get 20% underwriting of what? See, I had thought that it was going to be of the 600 parking space garage. All along, we've been told that parking through the street works, after street works, leading up to this, we've been told that parking is going to be one of the biggest drivers of both the success of the downtown, the feasibility of the downtown, and most importantly, the financing of the downtown. So to hear that that number isn't known yet troubles me in a way, because it suggests to me that we don't have a firm grasp on what the feasibility is, what the market needs are, or what the financial capacity is for the garage to pay back some of the monies that we're going to expend from the taxpayer chest of money here. So it's concerning to me that we don't have that number, and nor that we've been updated along the way of what's changing that number. So I'd like to know what is it that you guys are seeing now that suggests the 600 number is no longer the number that's needed? What is it that you're looking at that might change that?
We're looking at the prospects that we will need a higher capacity. That's part of the analysis. Do we need a higher capacity? I respectfully disagree with your hypothetical.
Which one?
Your hypothetical, which is that it's not possible for the administration to do a fair analysis on a range of parking opportunities in the garage.
I didn't
present that range to this body for its deliberation and its decision as to, predicated on the additional information we gather as to the market need and the other drivers of what the potential capacity for that garage would be.
You're saying to me in March, when would the likely vote come on the garage, the expenditure for the garage, timeline-wise?
Well, we hope to have the preliminary estimates by March. We're obviously going to analyze them. As I mentioned in my prior comments, we are looking at different types of constructions, two principal types of construction. There are other factors that would be involved. So it would take us some period of time, and hoping that we're working with the prospective contractor for the construction of the garage and Chestnut Place, that we would have a range of options for this body to consider when we come before it in sometime in March, say late March, early April, and make a presentation to the council.
Based on a range of options of both the number of spaces and their associated costs and or building design?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. I'll take you at your word on that one. I hope that's the way that it goes, but I've been up here for 8 years, and I got to be honest with you, that's not my experience in how some of these votes have been presented to us. There's oftentimes been a hurry up and vote after waiting for things for months and years in some cases, but that's fine. Moving forward, I accept you at your word. I believe you, and I believe you. I accept you at your word with that. But I would like to know what's going into the parking considerations moving forward. So, maybe separate from this, if you could fill me in on some of that, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about that in a little bit more detail than I think we need to get into tonight about what the administration's looking at and where the drivers are in terms of that. Because again, I think that the parking it's really a linchpin to the whole downtown development. That's the way it's been presented to us since the get-go.
That remains the case.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Geary. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Geary, I think I might need you for this one. Currently in the Hancock lot, how many parking spaces are currently in there right now?
Approximately 500.
500. So we're looking to add 100, 150, maybe 200 total extra spots. So that's really a sell point. Should be selling the fact that we're going to be doing more spaces. Is that really what it comes down to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, say this body moves this forward and the O'Connell building gets the financing and that moves in order the Hancock lot gets structurally built. Time frame on that has to be 90 days to kind of get everything together. Then what, another 15 months to kind of build? In 19, 15, 19, 17?
My understanding, and this is all part of the preliminary study, but my understanding is, depending upon the construction, 16 to 18 months? 16 to 18 months.
Okay, so approximately right around, let's just say this moves forward about a year and a half of time, and then it'll be built. In that time frame, let's say this all moves forward, where's everybody going to park? Ed wants to go and use the courthouse that wants to go to the Fours restaurants, go at Alba and have a drink. Where's everybody going to park?
You may have noticed that the Ross garage area has new lots. We're implementing a plan whereby as spaces are taken out of, and this is going to be on a staggered basis, are taken out of the Hancock lot, we will move people over to the Ross area, just as when we took down the Ross garage, we moved people from the Ross area over to the Hancock area.
How many spots are in the Ross lot now?
I want to say it's about 235.
About that?
I got my two computers shaking their heads up and down.
Okay. During this time frame of, let's just say, a year and a half, 18 months, will there be a transaction on that Ross lot? What if somebody wants to come in and do something? Or we're just going to leave that lot for the parking purposes of the O'Connell building being built, the Hancock lot being built for the parking situation? How does this all transpire? Because for me, my vote's based on a lot of these variables, because you're looking at it, and you look at it, you take all those parking spaces away, we've got to have an alternate funnel of where these people are going to park.
We are working on an alternate plan. And I might say that we faced these same concerns when we took down the Ross garage. And there was a great deal of concern about whether or not we would be able to accommodate all of the parking that was displaced from there to the other lots. We acquired a parcel from Messina. We built some other satellite lots, and we're going to continue that type of implementation. This is a complicated dance. There's nothing easy about it at all, but it doesn't mean you don't dance.
Sure. Oh, I have no problem. So I'm on the other page here. I have no problem with the O'Connell building.
That's the way we're proceeding with this, is to plan both the sequencing of the construction and the loss of spaces in the Hancock lot as it relates to evening times. For example, 7 months ago, we entered into an agreement with the county commission whereby we control parking at the courthouse at night for when we begin this process, so that we can ensure that people who want to patronize the business establishments that are peripheral to the Hancock lot will have a place to park in the evening. We need and have, during our discussions with the developers, when if their buildings come online before the garage does, and that's why we're trying to make certain that the garage comes online, if not before those projects, they come on simultaneous with those projects, and failing that, we need to have a plan for where we're going to park those folks. So all of those elements are in play. You may recall the last time I was here, think of all of this as the air traffic controller's radar screen. All of these bogies are in motion, and we're trying to make certain as best we can how to land them safely and have the other ones take off and go to their destination safely. So we are making every effort to work this through in a reasonable way, and all of these projects are interconnected.
A lot of moving parts. No, my concern is while this is being built, I mean, I'm looking to move it forward. I mean, I know about the rest of the councils, but that Ross lot is still available, because if you look out there right now, I mean, how many satellite lots can you use? There's not many parcels out there. We don't have much room out there, to be honest with you, unless you start building.
But you will notice that most of those, and I do this on a daily basis, take stock of how many vehicles there are on the Ross side, and the capacity far exceeds what the usage is.
I mean, I think it's great. It's finally paved, and I used it the other day to go to K-Burgers and have a little meal, and it was great. I just walked right over, and there was no in the little gate, so it was able to be free, and it was good. It was an alternate place for the parking needs of everybody else. My other concern is
we're building and building and building. We're building a lot of residential, and we're not really foreseeing more on the commercial end. Now, I have questions, and I know this is far down the road, but like other councils have spoke tonight, this goes in motion. The other ones are kind of following in suit with it. I'm looking at R2 and R3. It looks like it's going to be some more residential and apartments. But my question is where's the commercial? If I was somebody that was going to take myself out of a house or whatever it is, and I wanted to buy in or rent in the downtown here, I'd be looking for commercial. I'd be looking for what kind of amenities does this place have besides getting into Boston? Does it have a wide variety of restaurants? Does it have a wide variety of I could say a little supermarket or what does it have extra that would gravitate me to Quincy, Massachusetts if I wasn't from here? And if I was from here, how can the downtown in a nutshell help some of the people that already live here? What I'm looking at R2 and R3, to be honest with you, and I'm saying to myself, what commercial dwellings are going to go in there? Do you have an idea of, is there any players looking for R2 and R3?
Yes, there are players looking for R2 and R3, and as I have testified before this body in the past, we have remained concerned that there is a balance that needs to be struck between commercial and residential. Let's remember, we're debating two projects that have been under consideration and deliberation by the administration and negotiation by the administration for a year and a half to try to get these off the ground. I've heard east of Chestnut mentioned. It's not coming out of the ground yet. So it's not that any of this is a slam dunk. All of this requires hard planning and work. And we remain concerned and have been concerned about increasing commercial development. Mr. Fatsis and Mr. Stevens and the planning department have been assiduously pursuing prospective commercial developments and meeting with developers. And the mayor announced just a few short weeks ago a very exciting development as part of the sale of the hospital property, working with a subsidiary or an affiliate of Granite Telecommunications. Fox Rock is an investment trust that specifically concentrates on commercial properties, and they have expressed an interest in the Ross Garage side. And we've begun meetings with them. We're going to be meeting with them every 2 weeks going forward because they want to fast track their effort. They've been in the process of looking at purchasing properties, and we're going to, on a parallel track, be working with them for commercial developments that are going to occur on the Ross side, which I believe when we are able to come to terms with them are going to be very exciting for this city and actually transformative as a commercial matter.
So as of right now, what I have on this last page of the full downtown development is in R2, it says on the first floor retail would be 15,300 square feet. Okay? Then I also have an R3, 12,850 square feet. These are very important numbers because are these going to change? Because I'd like to see more commercial, but that's another subject for another day. But would these numbers be skewed based on, because see, once we put this into motion, everything else it's got to follow. Are you bound to stay with these square footages for this, mixed use / commercial side? Because if you're going to if R2 and R3 change to straight residential and just apartment buildings, I'm going to be pretty mad. I'm going to be a very upset councilor up here. But the fact is that I see first floor retail and first floor commercial on both of these two structures. And if it changes everything. We've already voted on putting this in and putting that in, and
whatever gets built there, first floor is designated for commercial. Even on the 15-story tower, it's commercial. On the 1,500 proposal, the first floor is commercial. As a matter of fact, the first floor is very robustly commercial.
Okay. I just don't want to go in the opposite
As it
direction.
relates to R2 and R3, the city hasn't made a designation on that yet.
Sure. I mean, I understand that. That's what I'm trying to say is I don't want it to become, well, we came out, this whole map of the URDP or the district, I guess you could call it, and all of a sudden it's all residential. All these buildings are residential out there. Well, it doesn't benefit to the regular people who live in the city because that's going to be just residential.
With all due respect, Councilor, we're talking about two projects that are before this body. Now, we're not talking,
I understand that.
we don't know what R2 and R3 are going to be, and market forces to some degree will make those choices for us. And as I said, we have been continually concerned about striking
I'm concerned with that aspect of it. That's the ingredient that I'm looking at when I'm baking the pie. Like, it's got to be enough commercial because we're what, 85-15 right now? What, 85% 15? Yes. Well, I don't want to get up into 87-13.
And I'll harken back to what I said when I appeared before the council requesting approval of UIDP number 4, which is that what we're trying to do, not only in striking the balance with residential, is to rebuild the downtown area as an economic engine for this city, to provide employment, to provide other opportunities, and it can't be all residential, but the plan was set to begin with residential, to make Quincy, downtown Quincy, for the first time ever, certainly in our collective lifetimes, an area where people could live and hopefully work and ultimately play. And that's what these two projects have been about for the last year and a half.
I'm very optimistic that that's going to work out, and I hope it does, because we're all taking a leap of faith here. And I like what I see. I just want these things to go in the right motion. And once we get started with this, once the engine gets started and Maverick and Goose is up and doing Top Gun up there, with your bogeys, I mean, it's got to be correct, I guess I could say, and as the time comes out and it takes a year and a half or 2 years to build, people have to weather that traffic and movement of parking, and this is the center of the city. I mean, just about the downtown district. And, it's gonna be, the Altahannon Parkway that's out there, it can get a little congested. Where are all those people built, gonna be able to park that are working on these structures, that are working every day? We're running out of a lot of parcels and space out there when you talk about satellite parking lots. And is there anybody been thinking about possibly putting these workers in a satellite lot that's a little bit of distance from here and driving them into this to save 30 to 50 parking spaces?
That is certainly an option we will consider. It has been something we considered before the demolition of the Ross Garage. So it is absolutely an option that we will consider going forward, because we considered it before. Unfortunately, we didn't need to implement it because the plan that we devised and then the plan we implemented worked better than, quite candidly, our wildest dreams, because the congestion and the displacement did not occur. What occurred was the fact that we saw underutilization of all the lots over on the Ross side.
But without the Ross lot right now, it'd be pretty difficult to do this. Without that lot, I mean, where would you have thought of doing this parking?
We had options for other satellite lots. We followed up very quietly in terms of, but effectively in terms of making arrangements with the county commission for the courthouse.
Sure.
And we acquired, a license to utilize the casino lot and built those lots.
Sure.
Before the construction, the demolition rather, of the Ross Garage occurred, and demolished the garage, thanks to the planning of Woodard and Curran. on schedule so that there was no disconnect. And we've brought it back online as quickly as we could. There is some Nettleton long-term infrastructure issues. That's why you see that there's still some debris there related to drainage and water lines.
I think a lot of this comes from the councilors that spoke prior to me, and they saw some things that I saw a little different angle in what they had to say, and it made a lot of sense. That this is, I mean, as much as the west of Chestnut was kind of the start of it all, this really covers this whole Hancock lot. To be honest with you, this is it. This is the structure that, and I like the fact of a luxury apartment. I like that. I like something a little bit different. That's going to be a little more attractive somehow. That's different than what we already have out there. Yes. You know, and I think the structure is good. The only on the back end of this, and we'll come down the pike again, is to make sure R2 and R3 has the adequate commercial that we're looking for, because that's important to me, to the vision of Quincy for me.
Yes, you're looking at somebody who remembers Sharperstown, and so we want to bring back that commercial vitality, and it can be brought back. You can go and see other locations, other older urban core cities such as ours, where they've been able to reclaim their retail past.
Thank you, Mr. Geary. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Geary, if you just say that, I just have a quick question. While we're talking about this and follow up on Councilor Devon's questions, this parcel, the RDA, the R1 parcel, covers 6% of the landscape of the Hancock lot, which is a 5-acre parcel. While we are downrange looking at R2 and R3, those hardscape areas will still be utilized for parking in the interim? Yes. So we're not losing the whole Hancock lot. We're talking 6% loss of the Hancock lot. We already have alternatives in play, including the courthouse. We still have the current existing parcels, R2, R3. The garage would then be under construction. We can utilize those as their planning takes on, and the timeline, maybe this, where they'll be in development to come into an LDA to get through their permitting process. R1 still needs to get through the planning board process, correct?
Correct.
Right, and so their timeline, we'll be expecting a spring filing on R1?
Yes.
Spring?
Yes. Spring filing for the
planning board. It has been filed.
It's already been filed. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I misunderstood what you said.
Thank you. Okay. To Councilor Liang, and then we're going to wrap this up. Good evening, Mr. Geary.
Good evening, Councilor.
I appreciate all of your questions and all the presentations, and I appreciate you being here so that I can ask mine as well. So I'm going to go through and ask you and then ask the other presenters that were here tonight, because when they were going through their presentations, I had some questions for you guys to go ask.
Excuse me, Councilor, could you speak into the microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
That's loud. Okay, so you said earlier tonight when you came in front of us that there's an updated timeline that you had for us, and I'm referring to the timeline that you presented to us back in December.
It's the same as the last time.
So there aren't actually any changes. There are no updates.
It's the same as the last time. The only thing that was updated on those two timelines was the fact that the legislation was signed by the governor. As we progress, we will update them as they go along, but it really was only one item on all the items that were listed.
But the update is that it's just kicked off, right? There's no changes in dates or completion.
Correct. Not at this moment. That's not to say that dates won't change.
No, of course. I was just wondering, because when you came in here tonight, you said there was a change, or an update, I mean. So I was just trying to figure out what that was. And then earlier, too, you also said that actually, I don't know if it was you that said it, or if it was Pam that said it, that if we flip this process, right, so if we don't approve the LDA, but we in fact go to the garage first, and we go to, the other approvals that we're looking at here, where it's the garage construction contract, the widening of Cottage Street in the park, the DIF bond authorization, those are all things that is coming in front of the City Council after the LDA. And again, there was a mention either by Pam or by you that said if we flip that process and we go to the garage first and we look at those numbers and we approve that, and then we go to the widening of Cottage Street, we look at those numbers, we approve the bond, and then we approve the LDA, that there's a risk there. So can you just elaborate on what that is so that I can understand why we can't actually flip that if we're not able to?
Well, I couldn't explain it any more eloquently than Pam McKinney explains anything for that matter. But as she referred to it, linear vision isn't going to work here. If you didn't have these prospective two developments, as Pam mentioned or cited, you wouldn't have two anchor tenants. And those anchor tenants are important because in the case of the O'Connell project, it could be 20% of the cost of the parking garage. And whatever LBC ultimately ends up leasing for a fixed period of time when they're ready to proceed. So that has a real value. And if you were attempting to plan a garage in a vacuum without those two projects, with the uncertainty that other projects would come along, to provide commercial space as well as restaurants and commercial space as well as residential occupancy, you'd have a more difficult time trying to define your market, trying to identify your market. At least with this, you have started the catalyst, the synergy, to bring people to the city, to have a reason to come to the city, whether they live here or they want to have dinner here, or hopefully in larger numbers, they want to work here. That's what allows this to be an efficient way to approach that project.
Okay, so by moving forward with the LDA first, my understanding of what you're saying is that you're able to better identify what the demand is going to be for the garage and the other parts moving forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then for Craig, for your presentation, if you don't mind, I just had a couple of questions for you. On one of your slides, there is a number in here that says that there is from 2006 to now 2017, a $43.3 million increase in commercial value. Where is that? Can you just give me a rundown of where you got that increase from, or where you got the increase from?
That was a note that I made on this. Let's see which page was that on.
So you got a number, but it's on page 2.
Hold on. Let me see where I said that.
If you go to the second page, second bullet point down,
Right.
and the third one down from that.
That's the increase that in assessed value from 2006, from what the commercial property in the DIF was assessed at. It's now $43 million higher in fiscal year 2017.
Okay, and then if you go 2 pages over, it then says that the DIF revenue, the DIF revenue chart here, it says in 2016 the commercial was $1.2 million. In 2017 it was 1.21. So there was a decrease there.
Yes. There was some.
I'm just trying to figure out why there's an increase, which is a large number over the span of around 10 years, and then a drop.
And between these 2 years, what happens? 2 things happen to commercial real estate. Sometimes it disappears. And what happened when the Hancock lot block was purchased for west of Chestnut and those types of things, some of those commercial values, commercial properties came off the tax rolls. So they were reduced it. There's also commercial property also deflates a little bit each year by depreciation. As it gets older, it gets depreciated. So it all by itself will go down unless it's constantly reinvested in and freshened up all the time, and more money's put into it for it to continue to go up along with the market forces driving it. So in between just these 2 years, between last year and this year, fiscal years, there was a very small decrease in the total assessment of commercial properties within the DIF district.
Because the Western Chestnut came offline.
I think that was probably the major cause of it. Because there was commercial properties that were paying taxes, and then they weren't paying taxes because they're no longer there being assessed at that.
Okay. Pam's nodding, so she can come up too if you have anything to elaborate on.
We measure year to year. We get the anomalies of their property coming off the road, whereas we measure over in the time frame.
Okay. All right, no, that explains it. But Pam, I have a question for you too, so if you can actually just come up here. Okay, so your presentation, you talk about this multifamily land value per unit, and your hypothesis is based off of the 4-story on top of 2-story parking.
Yes.
And that's what would be feasible for the highest and best use. How did you come to that number, and how did you come to this proposal or this hypothesis?
We asked an engineer to lay out the most efficient market-based stick-over-podium plan that he could, given the land size of the land parcel.
Okay.
So it wasn't something that I did or that the appraiser did. It was based on an engineer's, laying out a plan.
Okay. And I know Councilor Devine talked a lot about commercial versus residential. And I know that we are going to be putting in 3,000 square feet of retail on the bottom floor.
Yeah.
I had a very helpful and productive conversation with the assessor's office and talking about how building a commercial base isn't just about the 3,000 square feet you have in a residential unit. You're not talking, the 15,000 you might see over at R1. We're talking about actual commercial properties where the entire thing is commercial and not residential, and that's how we can build a commercial base.
Yes.
That being said, is that not feasible then for anything in the Hancock lot where we aren't looking at any residential but are building upwards of just commercial space? Because seeing a property like that go up, I think would better help build a commercial base, and not saying, well, give me, 10,000 square feet on the first floor versus 3,000, that's not going to do anything for us as taxpayers, but actually building, on that 13,000 square foot lot and going upwards of, 4 or 5 stories and having that strictly be commercial, I think would be something that would build our base. So that means, why can't we do anything like that here in the lot?
Right. Well, I think it goes to the question that was asked here about commercial in general. Why are we seeing only residential? Why aren't we pressing forward with more commercial? And there's a fundamental difference between the development approach for a residential building and a commercial building. With a residential building, you can build that building speculatively. You don't have to have 48 of your friends, identified in advance, ready to take occupancy on day one. You can go to the bank, they'll loan you money, you can build the building, and then you start to market and get occupancy. With a commercial building, you have to know who the occupant is before you can get the money to build the building.
Right, but you can have conversations with folks while you're developing and say, we're building up this building here, and this is how many square footage we're going to put in.
It's extremely difficult to get a lender to go forward on a speculative basis with a commercial building. Even if you go to downtown Boston, financial district, or the Seaport, construction of new buildings for commercial, primarily commercial occupancy doesn't occur until you have an identified tenant in hand who is willing not just to come, but to pay the rent that is needed to justify the cost of construction. The land at Gillette, at Procter & Gamble, would not have been built upon if GE didn't show up and say, yep, we're ready to come, we're going to occupy the whole thing, and we're prepared to pay a price and to occupy at an occupancy cost that justifies that construction. PricewaterhouseCoopers, same thing, in the Seaport. That building that Skanska built would not have been built if PwC didn't step forward, holding hands with the developer in the lender's office, saying, yes, we're going to occupy, and P.S., we're going to pay $72 a foot for the right to occupy.
No, I don't disagree with your logic. I'm just wondering if we can consider, or at least keep in mind, that we want to try to push for these kinds of conversations, right, where we have, not just a mom and pop shop that we're talking to come in. You're giving big names and big companies here, but are we not going out and saying to these larger companies, hey, in Quincy we have this lot here that has great use behind it. It's in a great location. It's by the train. Are we not pushing for those kinds of conversations? Because yes, we, Gillette and those other companies.
I think Bill can describe that those conversations are ongoing, which is why you have a process.
That is correct. We have been doing that. We will continue to do that. we've done it assiduously for the last year since I've been working at this. I've been doing it with major corporations in the league. The Pam just mentioned, obviously not those. The fact of the matter is, our discussions with Foxrock would not be proceeding, quite candidly, unless the paradigm that Pam recited was at play. They have a tenant. And we started with Mr. Fatsis, started it with those discussions with Mr. Stevens quite a number of months ago. And they said that they were going to pursue prospective anchor tenant, and if they were able to land that anchor tenant, they would be back to us. And indeed, they came back to us, and that's the underpinning for that particular project. And we have pursued major banks, for example, where they need to have processing centers, where some of these areas in downtown Quincy would be suitable for. And once again, we have not finalized a determination as to what type of usage we believe will be best suitable for these other parcels that we mentioned here, R2 and R3. We do want to look at a broad range, and if there was a potential for a commercial development of the nature that you're describing, we certainly would be very interested in pursuing it.
Okay, I just want to know that those conversations are happening and that they are being considered. The last question I have for you, Mr. Geary, is that when our legal counsel came here tonight, he expressed his concerns for 3 major issues, and you had also said that you're going to work with him to amend the language to address those issues. When can we see that amended language in front of us?
You'll see it before the next meeting.
The next committee meeting or the next council meeting?
Same time.
So we're looking about, a week, and we need some time to review that information.
We're talking about doing this right away. We're not talking about a major gulf here, either in terms of the legal issues or the business issues. These are clarifications. They're intended to resolve ambiguities, but there's no renegotiation here. It's simply to work with Mr. Shea to ensure that the concerns that this council has expressed and that he mirrors through his representation of the council, that we remove those ambiguities and we make it clear what it is that we're trying to achieve here and what the council's role will be in achieving those.
Okay, so we'll get them in a sufficient amount of time to look at before the next committee meeting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. If I could, Pam, there's things that have happened over my lifespan up here at times that really lead me to think that I'm working way beyond my pay level, so to speak, in terms of the level of complexity. And clearly this is one of those times or moments, because the complexity of what we're trying to do here is it can be great, but I thought it would be helpful. I want to just recap a few things to make sure that I'm following, as you put it earlier, kind of where we are in the story, so to speak. And you first came on board. I remember the first time we met was after the Streetworks experiment more or less was over, and people were reimagining a concept about a way of furthering the downtown redevelopment.
Yep.
And if I'm misrepresenting this wrong, let me know, but I want to make it clear that you said that what we really needed to do was first and foremost focus on those public parcels.
Yes.
At that particular point in time, and talk about how do we develop those specific parcels in a way that invites or acts as a catalyst for, in other words, to move even those in the private area to buy into the whole concept of reaching some type of consistency with the city's plan or view or vision of itself, as opposed to relying on a traditional zoning approach. It's fairly accurate in
Yes.
terms of what we're going with that. So here we are at this particular point, and we're talking about the Hancock, specifically the Hancock lot. And what's been thought, and again, I think obviously discussed a great deal, is that the whole concept is that there needs almost, in a sense, for the Hancock lot itself to be a cornerstone type of project. That's kind of the anchor, or whatever we want to say, that would help shape or act as a catalyst for the development of the additional space with the Hancock lot, correct?
Yes.
And what we're really talking about is the reality, and I think Councillor Palmucci had alluded to it earlier, is that market forces by themselves make it eventually totally infeasible for any redeveloper to come in and construct this kind of 15-story steel, 124 units that we're really talking about. I think the appraisal itself is leading to even some confusion. There's been a couple of references here tonight thinking, well,
to 48
the appraisal project
Yes.
is what we're doing. We're not doing it. We're doing this specific steel building. And the idea is that in order to do that, in order to achieve that, we have to be incentivizing in some way, whoever that redeveloper is, in a way that kind of minimizes their risk as they move forward and ensures that somehow there's going to be some level of reasonable return on whatever investment they're making in order to make this happen.
Yes.
Correct assessment.
All true.
I'm on it so far with this whole thing. And I think one of the things is generally here is I think there isn't any person up here who doesn't accept, I think, that fundamental concept, that that's what we should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think generally most people are very supportive of that. But as we look forward to it, and again, I know I'm very supportive of the concept because I think that's what's going to drive further the additional development that we're seeking. But in the terms of the realpolitik of this,
Yes.
because we're all elected, and unlike the mayor, we run next fall, not 3 falls from now. And there's a concern, and again, I think it's something that Councillor Palmucci alluded to, is the concept that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens, to the people who elect us, the taxpayers of that. And there's a sense that what we have this responsibility is to somehow have enough information as we move forward in such a way that ensures that they are getting some return on this very public investment that we're making.
Yes.
All right? So it leads us now to this point, and I want to say, with all honesty, I thought I got it in terms of this appraisal, but now I'm not altogether certain I do, in terms of being able to make such a case to the taxpayers. What we have is that we've decided to reach some kind of value for the land, basically, which I believe is part of, which is supposed to lead us to what essentially the acquisition cost is.
Yes.
That would be part of the redeveloper's pro forma moving forward.
Exactly.
That we gauge with this thing. And as I was reading through the appraisal itself, this is where this question started to kind of gnaw at me a little bit, is that the approach towards value that they were taking was, again, this idea, this concept of sales comparison for a hypothetical project, that if we were living in a hypothetical situation, which this is just a private transaction, would be the core value or basis people would make in terms of financing or investing in this particular project. But the reality is that's not what we're proposing here, right? Because this is a public-private transaction.
Yes.
That creates, in a sense, different kinds of understandings, perhaps, in terms of what the ultimate value of that property is. And it was interesting because one of the things that they wrote, that they wrote in that appraisal, and that's why I'm finally getting to the question of this, was that they made the statement that the cost approach and the income approach are not relevant.
Correct.
However, There's no explanation anywhere within that appraisal that gives why such would be irrelevant.
Okay.
And again, finally, I do know that oftentimes when people are assessing property for development, they tend to do they not, a mix of these various value approaches and try to reconcile them together in some way to come to the full fair value that should be involved.
So it's an excellent question, and here's an attempt at an answer. In order for an approach, any approach, to be applicable, you have to believe that application of that approach is going to yield a credible and true answer. And the appraiser has set aside the cost approach for this reason. If we value land as the residual that a developer can afford to pay, given their cost of development, then, and going back to what this particular developer is proposing to build, we know that the cost is going to exceed the project's ability to pay for that cost. I mean, it's the residual value of the land on a cost approach basis for the O'Connell project as proposed is negative. It's if we don't account for things like the benefit of having the parking garage being constructed off-site, etc. There are various things, I suppose, that one could do to try to reconcile the math for that approach, but ordinarily the only method that is workable for land valuation is either a residual based on the value on completion minus the cost to construct, or it's a sales comparison approach based on what others have paid. Those are the two recognized approaches. And when we know we have a project that is not feasible, the residual approach just doesn't work. It's not applicable. It's not going to give you a value that that anyone would think is a reasonable market value for the property, because there are so many idiosyncrasies associated with trying to advance a project that needs supports. I mean, I suppose you could make adjustments to try to capitalize the value of the supports that are being offered via the LDA.
Well, I think that's where we're getting to with this thing.
Yeah.
Because, and let me just by way of example, and again, I'm way above my pay scale already as it relates to these things, but it just strikes me that we've heard it set up here a number of times. It just doesn't pencil. It just doesn't pencil. So if I go out and I'm talking to a constituent and they say, hey, why are you making this decision? Why did you come up with this particular acquisition price, or how did that go? And I say, well, because otherwise it just doesn't pencil. If they ask me, well, how did you know that it just didn't pencil, and what evidence was ever presented before you and made a part of this record to indicate that it clearly doesn't pencil, I would have to say, I haven't seen that, because that hasn't been presented here yet. I believe it to be true without question, because I just know enough in the residential and commercial development area to know that it's true. But again, we are talking about the optics of this body and the fact that we're doing our due diligence. Now, if we were involved, I'll give you another example just in terms of numbers as it relates to this appraisal, that they laid out a number of what's the word that they were looking for, certain things that impact or affect the cost based on the highest and best use. And one of the things that they were talking about is be subject to the inclusionary zoning ordinance. Well, the reality is, within the zone, within the urban redevelopment zone, so to speak, it doesn't have to meet the inclusionary zoning. So the question that I would have to ask is, even based on this hypothetical construct that we've made, given the fact that this is basing kind of a discount at that point based on the fact that they'd have to meet that, there's no number associated with that anywhere that I can find in the appraisal. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, that what's the difference? What would be the adjustment with the cost due to the fact that in our zoning ordinance we have exempted this particular area from that inclusionary zoning ordinance? So, what's the difference? What's the cost? I have nothing that reflects it.
I know that the appraiser has made some underlying computations to try to calibrate the percentage adjustments that you see in the grids for these factors. Having gone through some of that with him, I can tell you that he's tried to use the specific math that's described in the ordinance. For example, 1% of hard cost for the public art contribution, 50% of the hard cost associated with 10% of the units for the affordable housing buyout. And so I know that the specifics of the ordinance in terms of how it reads and the suggested math is something that was in his thinking when he developed the percentage adjustments.
Yeah, I know everybody has their own different levels of information in terms of trying to understand something, but a big part of this, obviously, is so I can support it wholeheartedly in some regards. And I guess it just leads really kind of to a question. I'm assuming, right, that the city, as it's negotiated with this particular redeveloper, that there must be somewhere, someplace, a pro forma that exists that talks about why certain incentives are so critical to develop that. Why wouldn't this body be able to have an opportunity to view that, so to speak, so that it can see the impact that these particular concessions or particular things that we're making that would reinforce the value of the project that's being proposed?
Well, I mean,
because again, I'm being asked to embrace much of this.
Yes, I understand. I mean, I can tell you that I did pro forma studies early on in order to get comfortable with the idea that absent some supports, this project was underwater. I mean, the returns were more than subpar. I mean, by a multiple subpar. And if at some point we want to go back to those original studies, just even as a snapshot, to try to give a flavor for why rents in Quincy downtown can't support the cost of high-rise construction, I mean, we can certainly look at the...
Well, I was thinking more about, I said when I show up appropriately on the Affordable Housing Trust. And anybody who ever comes before who's looking to decide what they're going to do in lieu of a payment in lieu of on-site units, it doesn't, or even if they're proposing on-site units, at a minimum, usually every one of those projects presents a basic pro forma. It shows their sources, and again, I understand that until one goes out and gets the financing and does that it's not final. But at least some projection, some estimate in terms of what that looks like. And I'm just kind of, you've already heard the confusion here numerous times tonight. You think we were talking about building that stick over podium and not talking about this 15-story building. And that's just my concern. And the other thing is that, one of the approaches that they reference is a so-called income approach. Can you talk a little bit about what that income approach might be?
Well, an income approach doesn't really apply to the valuation of land because land in and of itself isn't generating income. Now, there are ways to use the income as the basis for what the project might be worth when it's complete. Then you subtract out the cost that's required to build it, and the residual, the delta, if you will, gives you some proxy for the land value that someone can afford to pay for a project. But of course, unless you have land rent comps, there isn't really an income a directly applicable income approach for the valuation.
Well, one would, again, even on the hypothetical level from a planning perspective, one could basically look at the, essentially what they're projecting out as the net income, operating income that they're receiving. Again, however, they have to capitalize that. Just so that it gives a sense here of what it is we are buying into. And because again, I mean, it's hypothetically, theoretically, it's not impossible to say, right, let's waive, the acquisition costs, given that if the numbers are a specific way that work, but that we can show on the other end how that
as I said, if we want to roll this back, and I can share with you the little cost and revenue pro formas that were done at the outset to demonstrate.
Well, I'm thinking more about at some point, let's assume for a moment that we even moved beyond the LDA, and we're moving forward into talking about these other steps, which, by the way, it seems to me, whether we're talking about the takings, whether we're talking about this, the garage and the build, I forget the name of the agreement that needs to be reached, but any one of these things, and finally the bonding, by the time we come to vote as it relates to these bonds, will there be some level of pro forma before us that shows essentially the true cost to the redeveloper, et cetera, and all of these things? Because again, I don't think there's going to be anything necessarily to hide. I think it's going to make it very
it's not going to be new news, but if it's supportive of a decision and provides you information to facilitate a decision,
it's a great book. I can't think of the title of it now, about how we make decisions, and essentially that people. A great example is you take the issue of global warming. You have people who are split on one side that say it's kind of a myth that's been created, the science isn't that sound. And on the other side, you have the other group that argues, it's really sound science, and if you believed in science, you believe in this and everything. And yet what's interesting is when you begin to question either people of that extreme camp as they talk about these things, and you ask them, why have you read of the literature, what do you understand? Absolutely nothing. They're coming to some basic decisions that they form basically with whose group they're in and how they identify. And all I'm asking is that in terms of our due diligence, I feel a little uneasy moving forward without having said, not the hypotheticals just generally that prove the point, but rather this specific project, here's what it looks like. Because again, and to the extent that we would need to alter that agreement or deal to achieve and can show on the back end the return on investment to the city and to our overall objective around downtown development, it just seems to me that would be a lot more useful than the kind of exercise we've gone through with this particular appraisal.
Yeah, I mean, the value of the land is, is not, in fact, that's not so hard to understand, but I think getting to a comfort level with the why part of it, it's complicated.
I want to be clear. I support this very much, and I'm prepared to vote for it. And yet, I also am very conscious of, again, the realpolitik related to this in terms of what's in the perception and imagination of people. I do not believe this to be, but this is what can be said, but it's kind of a white elephant type sale or whatever, or that we are under this, or we're discounting this in some particular way. I don't believe that we are.
I don't think that you are at all. In fact, as I said at the outset, I think the value that's been put forward by the appraisal really is true market value for what you would expect to achieve in a transaction.
But again, the appraisal itself lines it out that this is in this pure realm of where all things given, there are no incentives. There's no added external types of things to kind of get to the so-called true value. But the truth is for whoever the redeveloper is they're going to add tremendous value to this over time, correct, in terms of what moves forward.
Well, the city expects to make back their investment in that.
I get that, and what I'm saying is that in relation to the actual acquisition and ongoing development of that, is there something that just strengthens that even a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
in terms of these numbers, for example, this appraisal we already have a price that says affordable housing, but this is exempt from affordable housing. What difference does that make in terms of the overall price?
Well, I guess I would ask the question, if someone came forward with a feasible market rate deal, would you waive the affordable housing requirement?
I think, well, with this particular redeveloper, when it comes to affordable housing, to be honest with you, I'd waive just about anything.
I'm not talking about this.
No, but I think it's important that be noted, because that's an issue that's been put out there, and I think it's very important to know what this particular developer has done with expiring use projects around the city of Quincy. They're an incredibly important part of our overall housing inventory that we have. But I think the point is that whatever it would take to achieve what our objective is to create this keystone project, to create this, be willing to do. But I want to be able to do it in a way that shows clearly that this is a bargain for us, as well as a good opportunity in terms of the redeveloper, which I believe generally it is.
Yeah.
But in terms of the due diligence that needs to be done here, at some point, I'm hoping anyway, we will see an actual pro forma.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, showing a pro forma even now, I don't even know that it's necessary to wait.
Oh, I'd be happy to see that.
To sort of roll the clock back to the original studies that were done to validate the need. I think, I could present something for you to look at to prove the point without that's already been done. I think that the addition.
So that you'd be showing essentially that the acquisition price that's the result of this appraisal really is a fair and reasonable component that would be consistent.
What I would be showing is that the project is not feasible without the totality of the supports that are embodied by the LDA agreement.
Right.
And as we talked about the other day, when I was here last, the combination of the parking fee and the building permit amortization and then the excess above that, the revenue is insufficient without those without the business terms of that agreement to support a feasible cost. Now, as it relates to the appraisal, there is not so much what's the word I'm searching for? A linkage necessarily between that pro forma and the price, because the price is predicated on what someone would build in the market, a feasible project, what someone would build, if they were trying to construct something viable, not 15 stories tall with high-rise cost. So I guess my point is that you're asking sort of two different questions, but the pro forma helps to prove that the business deal that's been proposed in the LDA is necessary in order to deliver a return that will allow the project to be financed, and that in the end the city stands to gain revenue from those business terms that more than pay equivalent value for what you would have otherwise gotten if you just went to market for a hypothetical stick over podium. with the added benefits of subsidizing or underwriting the cost of a parking garage and et cetera, et cetera. So, that's one set of conclusions that you get from a pro forma study. On the appraisal front, I think that you look to what the market would otherwise have built, without your proactively trying to support the development activity as a basis for value. And I think if you look at what other people have paid, again, for sites that are very proximate, set aside how the appraiser has done the adjustments, for this, that, or the other thing, the range is very tight, even before adjustments. 30,000 to 40, 50, for a condo project, 50,000 unit, and the appraiser's conclusion is at 37. So it's not like there's some, kind of wild out of the box estimate being made by the appraiser about value. It's right in there, in terms of what other stick-over podium developers are
No, I
saying.
get that for stick-over podium, but that's, at the end of the day, that's not what we're doing. And I think that to the extent that a pro forma that focuses in on the real costs and the real financing necessary, it also would substantiate what would be really good, that basically reconcile the fact that comparable sales approach was a really good way of getting it.
Yeah, exactly. So what we could do, and let me just suggest this, I could show you the little pro forma that we did at the outset, again, that compares the value on completion to the cost for high-rise construction, and I could plug the appraised value into the land acquisition cost line, and you can see what that will do to the return. And
I think that would be helpful.
We could help you understand whether or not they paid enough.
This specific project that's come forward with this specific redeveloper at this time really is kind of consistent with that your company, so to speak, was kind of the primary person laying out what the game plan was going to be, so to speak. That what's happening as this develops, it's kind of consistent with everything that you had been moving forward from the beginning in the relationship.
Yes, that's because it's true.
Yeah.
There's only, one thing that can ever keep you out of trouble, and that's to tell the truth every time. So, it's not.
Well, the only other thing I would just say before this systemic thing, and this is more for the planning, but the one thing that jumped out at me at the appraisal generally as well, which is something, again, I don't think it's feasible necessarily to assume that a redeveloper alone can deal with this particular issue. But one which I think is critical to talk about is the whole concept of off-site traffic mitigation. Because we have a thing that basically said, well, based on everything we're doing, again, this stick-over podium of 48 some units or whatever, it doesn't really talk about the impact of 128 units. And so the off-site traffic mitigation issue for that particular project may have more serious concerns or issues than what the appraisal was actually looking at.
Yes, there's no connection being made between impact from what's actually being built and the underpinning for highest and best use.
Well, to the extent that you can get me that information, maybe talk, that would be very helpful.
I'd be happy to do that.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. And thank you, Pam.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Finn. I think you made a great point about affordable housing. I serve on the Affordable Housing Trust with Councillor Finn. And second to the Quincy Housing Authority, I believe that Mr. O'Connell owns and operates the second highest volume of affordable units in the city of Quincy. So when you talk about who you'd be willing to waive an affordable housing requirement from, you're talking about someone who has a long history of developing and managing affordable housing in the city of Quincy.
Because our zoning, we already eradicated. I wish we could waive it, to be honest with you, as opposed to having it.
Good lead into my next remarks, Councilor Finn. So our downtown has been stagnant for 30 years. In 2010, it was an initiative by the Koch administration championed by our city clerk, Joe Shea, that this body recodified our zoning regulations for the first time since the 1960s. It is the policies like these zoning ordinances and like the URDP, like the LDAs when we talked about moving affordable housing, inputting public art, that creates this framework that either discourages or encourages development. While the Streetworks LDA wasn't executed, it did stimulate substantial growth in our downtown. We talked tonight about 4 projects in our downtown, either under construction, permitted, and underway. We have many on the periphery of downtown. Just in Ward 1, the Old Central, 10 Marymount, 999 Hancock, or Bridge Street. That these were stimulated because of the development and what the opportunity was happening and what was happening in downtown. I agree with Councillor Dibuduo that we need more commercial growth in our downtown area. But the market right now is calling for residential growth, and it is this residential growth that will bring the consumers to our downtown and will downline stimulate that commercial growth. This LDA is an opportunity to use a public asset to catalyze growth in our downtown. We have noticed the temporary park space developed here in front of City Hall. The residents have started to really visualize what the impact of these public improvements make to the quality of life in the city of Quincy. For this matter, it's been a long committee meeting this evening. This is the 3rd committee meeting we've had on the LDA. We are going to continue this meeting until January 23rd. There will be homework done offline. I know our council for the city council, Mr. Jim Shea, has 3 points noted about clarifying language with what else will come before the city council for a vote, understanding this is the preliminary document to have many more votes coming in line for this project with the garage, with the authorization. Whether the use restrictions, we talked about how do we ensure that commercial gets included. That's part of the use restriction language that's being changed, as well as what the remedies, the affirmative obligations to be secured by a lien. What is it that's going to protect us in this document, like we protected the taxpayers with the Streetworks document. So thank you all for your time this evening. With that, we will adjourn the ordinance committee meeting.
All right, we will resume with the regular council meeting at this time. And Madam Clerk, if you would, next item.
Yes. Number 1.
Oh. Well. Did you have a minute? So here it comes. And Bill Harris for the second.
Number 1 on the agenda is 2017-001, nomination and election of the President of the City Council. Council Finn.
Would like to put into name for election for her second term as President of the City Council, our Ward 5 Councillor Kirsten Hughes. Although I have to be full disclosure, her day job makes me very uncomfortable sometimes. And when I pick up I'm going through the State House News Service, given the fact I oftentimes may fit some of those categories she's pointing out. But I think that she has established, again, in the tradition of municipal governance of being a nonpartisan thing, that she's certainly proven herself worthy over this past year. So it's my honor to place in nomination Kirsten Hughes.
Thank you, Councilor Finn. Councilor Harris.
I'd like to, I'm honored to be able to second the motion, and you do a great job since I've been here, and you continue in your day job to do a good job. So, and I moved also to close the motions and call for a vote.
Okay, thank you very much. For those of you at home who don't know, I work for the IRS during the day. No, I'm just kidding. Equally as there you go. I know, we'll take that out of the minutes, exactly. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, and it is necessary to say my full name, Kirsten Hughes. Thank you.
Councilor Croall. Councilor Devine. Council Finn. Council Harris.
Kirsten Hughes.
Council Laforest. Kirsten Hughes. Council Liang.
Kirsten Hughes.
Council Palmucci. Kirsten Hughes.
Kirsten Hughes. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is a pleasure, and I will endeavor to try to keep the meetings as orderly as possible. But you all make it so easy, so thank you. All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item on the agenda is 2017-002, adoption of the 2017 City Council meeting schedule.
All right. Is there a motion? Huh? Okay, motion by Councillor Palmucci, seconded by Councillor Finn. On the motion, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councillor Croall. Yes. Councillor Devine. Yes. Councillor Finn. Yes. Councillor Harris. Yes. Councillor Laforest. Yes. Councillor Liang. Yes. Councillor Palmucci. Yes. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next item on the agenda is number 3, 2017.
Okay, motion to waive the reading by Councillor Croall, and we will put this into finance. Thank you. Move to finance.
Okay, next on the agenda is number 4, 2017-004. Yes.
Motion to waive the reading.
Departments here to make a presentation.
Great. All right. Thank you, Rob. And Eric Mason. Yes. Eric. Oh, you just copies. Yeah. How are you?
Good. Congratulations, Madam President.
Thank you.
And good evening to the members of the City Council. My name is Robert Mallow. I'm a principal planner for the Quincy Planning and Development Department. The item before you tonight, a tax increment exemption agreement, is intended to support the creation of mixed income workforce housing in the city and provide an opportunity to revitalize a blighted vacant site that otherwise is unlikely to be redeveloped. The genesis of this proposal is the Quincy Housing Production Plan, which was approved by the City Council and by the state in 2016 after a lengthy community engagement process. The Housing Production Plan affirmed Quincy's commitment towards supporting the creation of quality housing opportunities affordable to households of all incomes, types, and abilities. It also affirmed Quincy's commitment towards achieving and maintaining the Chapter 40B subsidized housing inventory's 10% goal, identifying appropriate development sites to address blight and revitalize neighborhoods, and creating incentives and leveraging outside resources to do so. To advance the goals of the Housing Production Plan, the city then created a Housing Development Incentive Plan and Zone. And this zone is located in the East Howard Street corridor of Quincy Point. That plan was approved by the City Council in December of 2016. Eligible projects proposed within this zone have the opportunity to access state and local incentives needed to create mixed income residential growth that the market couldn't otherwise support, and thereby promoting neighborhood stabilization, economic development, private investment, and a diversified housing stock. The project under consideration for this tax increment exemption agreement of the Watson advances these goals. The Watson project has already received a special permit from the Quincy Planning Board in 2015. It will create 140 new residential units for a diverse demographic in both market rate and rent restricted formats. The project, if built, will also increase the city's subsidized housing inventory from 9.6% to 9.9%, just under that 10% state goal. The project will also provide a preference for up to 70% of the units set aside for households earning 50% or less of the area median income that already live or work in the city. By the city's analysis, the project will result in a net increase in property taxes paid compared to that of the existing vacant property that is currently on the site. What I would like to do is introduce the project's co-sponsor, Robert Corley, who is the Executive Director of NeighborWorks of Southern Mass, will provide more information on the project, and we'll be providing a PowerPoint presentation.
Recognize former Ward 4 Councillor Brian Conley over here in the front row. We just noticed him. He snuck in. So.
Actually, Madam President, Brian is our counsel from DLA Piper.
Oh, okay, good.
Team, so.
Good. Well, lucky you. You have a good. You brought in a ringer.
Yes, no, he is excellent.
Okay.
Except he's missing the football. That's true, Brian.
Yeah. Well, welcome.
There we go. Thank you, and thank you, members of the council. Again, my name is Rob Corley. I'm the Executive Director of NeighborWorks Southern Mass. I've been working in the city here for 19 years, and this is actually the first opportunity I had to address this body, so I really appreciate your time tonight. And I'm joined, as you mentioned, by Brian Conley and also by our partner, Wind Development, the Vice President, Meade Curtis, who's here to my left. So as Rob just outlined, I'm just going to go over a couple of things in this little slide presentation for some of the council members who are unfamiliar with NeighborWorks. Just a brief overview of who we are and what we do, and then talk a little bit about the project and why we're here tonight. So NeighborWorks Southern Mass was established in West Quincy in 1981, and we've been operating a variety of different services in the city for 35 years. We have a very strong history of partnership in the city with other local community service groups. We developed 227 different apartments in the city, and that's scattered around 23 different buildings in the city in many different neighborhoods. Our headquarters is currently located at 422 Washington Street in Quincy Point. We've been there for over 12 years and have focused a lot of our development work in the Quincy Point area over the last 10 years or so. I'll briefly go over some of these things. NeighborWorks is a partnership of local government, residents, and businesses. And some of the numbers here you'll see that we've accomplished over the last 35 years. We've invested over $93 million in the community. We've actually repaired over 1,100 homes in Quincy through rehab lending programs and emergency grants. And we've also educated over 10,000 new home buyers in the area, as you can see in some of those statistics. In Quincy Point, I've highlighted here in this slide presentation a couple of projects we've completed in the recent years. This is a before and after, the below picture being a before. This is an abandoned property that had been vacant for several years that we purchased and redeveloped into 24 units of affordable housing. Next property here you see was an existing property that was affordable that was going to expire. It's a 78-unit property, not far from the East Harwood site we're talking about tonight that we purchased and renovated and finished that just last year. Next slide, you'll see some other work we've done with veteran homes in the area here, including in multiple wards, but to the left here on the slide is a project we did on East Howard Street just 2 years ago on another abandoned, dilapidated, sort of leftover site that was littered with billboards and other things. That property was, as you see here in the ribbon cutting, opened 2 years ago. It's for homeless individuals and veterans. And that leads us to this next project, which is the Watson, as Rob alluded to earlier. This is a new construction property. It's an existing, vacant, abandoned, dilapidated site that has been like that for decades. It's across from the shipyard main gate area. The proposed project is for 140 units of new construction, 28 of which will be market, 86 for workforce housing, and 26 are affordable housing. So this is a unique blend of 3 different types of housing in one. This is an overview, a top view of the project. This slide is looking north on East Howard Street. Down you can see the older shipyard buildings to the right here that are still abandoned and blighted. This property, I'll also note, was on the market as a private deal, market deal for a couple of years that did not happen. And that's when we got involved in the project. So summary of some of the local benefits for this project that's developed, or when developed. Like I said, it's a unique mix of market housing, workforce housing, and affordable housing all together. As far as I know, this hasn't been done in the city prior. And we're excited to make that happen, especially in the Quincy Point area. The project will leverage and invest $45 million to redevelop the property, which I mentioned has been abandoned and blighted for several years or decades. And then the Watson will generate over $650,000 in permits in 2017, and permits and fees. Next slide is the Housing Development Incentive Zone, which Rob has discussed or did a brief overview on, and the council approved earlier in December of last year. Essentially, the program works as a project's developed in a locally approved HDIP zone, which this is one. This area, this property is located in an HDIP zone. It's eligible for up to $2 million in state subsidy to support the redevelopment of the project site. So that's the state's end of the deal. And so the reciprocal local investment is a negotiated local tax incentive exemption agreement or a tie agreement for up to a 20-year period is required for the state leverage. So a local tie agreement is part of the HDIP process that happens, and that's why we're here tonight. So the request tonight is we've worked with the planning department, and what we're asking for is a 10-year tie agreement to support this HDIP eligible project, the Watson. This is the minimum allowed to leverage the state HDIP and workforce funds that are used to fund this $45 million development. A couple of things to highlight. At no time will the property pay less taxes than it currently paid. The Watson will pay 20% more taxes in year one, steadily increase payment each year until full property taxes are paid in year 11. In year 11, the city will receive $335,000 per year more in tax revenue than it would otherwise from the site as it currently sits. In aggregate, the development would produce nearly $4 million of additional tax revenue by 2039. And the last couple of points is demonstrated by the numbers I just gave you. The development will generate, significant tax revenue both in the near term and the long term. Without the certainty of this tie agreement, we will not be able to build the project. We cannot get construction and permanent financing. It just wouldn't be possible. And we would not also capture the subsidy from the state that comes along with the program. But if approved, we would begin construction as early as March. We are trying to close this at the end of this month. And I appreciate your consideration, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Croall.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good evening, Mr. Crowley. We've certainly had a long-standing relationship since I've been in been in office, and you've always delivered on what was promised initially, and I not only respect that, but I appreciate it as a ward councillor. And, you play these conversation cards up, so I always know kind of what's coming. What I'm showing in the preliminary stages is indeed what happens, and I know that's an art. So good for you. I know you pointed out as well, a lot of your portfolio is like literally within, if you get a decent golf shot, you can hit, 3 or 4 of those properties right off the tee box. So you guys are here, your home office is in Quincy Point. You've got, like I said, you got a robust portfolio throughout the city of Quincy, so you're committed to Quincy, I guess is my point, and as a ward councillor, when you deal with large-scale projects, which this one would be, sometimes there's complications, and, I know that there's, in different circumstances, it's a little more challenging to get a hold of folks who are in charge of, and, for me, there's an additional level of comfort knowing I can just drive down to Washington Street, we can have a real conversation. with the support of this council, several weeks back, we allowed, this project to move forward and secure, or become available for HDIP funding, which, has led us to where we are this evening. And, project specific, I know that this will be a high quality project. I think that's about $45 million. But as we had spoke about in subsequent meetings, I think the goal here is we're recognizing a project that is like a true poster child of diversity when it comes to housing. It's not just that high-end market rate residential development that you're seeing and realizing in the downtown, but a lot of what you do in terms of your offering to the public is for folks who are making that workforce type of income. Those folks who are just blue collar, everyday, average, citizens of Quincy. And I think that that's just so important to keep in mind when you think about this project, that we're servicing, a demographic across, all ends of the spectrum, including, what Mr. Marlowe had said, that affordable housing, of which 70% could be used to help Quincy residents. And I just think that's so important. In addition, you've had some pretty productive conversations in terms of creating local jobs with organized labor. So we're thinking, that's going to work out very well. There's a lot of positives that come with this project, but I think one, and I don't know how much it was articulated here this evening. I know it was in the subsequent meeting passed, but this puts the city in a position to essentially defend itself against any 40B project. We'll hit that 10% threshold with the creation of this Phil Watson. So outside of being a win for the district, in hopes, and I hope, and you hope, and we've had this conversation incessantly that this is the project that unlocks the value along that East Howard corridor. I think that's what we're aiming for here. And I don't know if any of my fellow councils have any questions. I mean, you and I have had very lengthy conversations prior to you. I've spent about a year on this particular project, so I'm excited to see it going. I'd obviously turn the floor over to anybody else, but I would put a motion on the floor to move approval.
Thank you, Council. No, again, Rob, I just need to congratulate you for a lot of the vision that you've set in relation to NeighborWorks, and also, your ability to survive Norman Grenier for all those years as you move forward with it. But the thing that's so unique about this project, I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a connection to what we were talking about earlier with the downtown, right, is that the reason we don't have a lot of moderate to low income housing is because it's economically not feasible to develop and build. And essentially what you've done here is made use of a resource, I think, that I don't know how many other projects there have been out there like it, but you've certainly exploited it and taken advantage of it in order to create a mixed-use type of mix of market, moderate, and affordable housing together in a way that again, even with the so-called TIF, so to speak, the truth is you're adding revenue that otherwise wouldn't have been in place there, as well as I think the councillor from Ward 2 has pointed out, giving us a buffer against kinds of, not always well-intentioned types of proposals that come in who try to utilize 40B as a way to force other kinds of projects or things. So I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you, and of course acknowledge my classmate from the city council, and of course we served together with the former councillor Joe Newton over there, but certainly to welcome you back to the chamber here. It's great as always to see you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam President. I was hoping to second the motion. I will say, Rob, that NeighborWorks is one of the best nonprofit organizations in the city of Quincy, and I'm always so impressed. Earlier we talked about our work on the Affordable Housing Trust, which your organization has a representative to, and it's really been the benchmark in our community. As one of our CHODOs, as one of our municipal designated community housing development organizations, you've been top-notch, and every project, like Councillor Croall said, has met and surpassed in my situation expectations. What you've done with the former Veterans Post the American Legion Post down at Howe's Neck, or a single-family home for a disabled veteran in Germantown. Each neighborhood of the city that you touched with the work that you've done, you've taken blighted properties and improvement. But this is a game changer. This $45 million project for your organization to be one of the first projects to be permanent in the state with this mixed-use workforce development, I believe it's mass work funding that you're going after, is a real game changer. And I'm very excited. I was there for a few of the ribbon cuttings on the other projects in Councillor Croall's district, and to see the improvement that it's made and now to have this come online. I'm so honored that your organization functions in the city of Quincy. I think a lot of times nonprofit organizations are misunderstood as to what you qualify for and what incentives you get to take advantage of. What you're coming in with tonight is very conservative as to what your organization would be eligible for. And with all of the properties that you maintain within our city, you make our city whole through property taxes, where in not all instances would you need to. And so that's something that I highly value you as a community partner to Neighborhoods as an organization. So I'm pleased to be supporting your application this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here. And again, just to echo the sentiments of my colleagues, you guys are great community partners. And I've said before up here, in terms of being a ward councilor, I think that the best thing I can say about anyone from this perspective is that you're a good community partner, because that means a lot to a ward councilor who's dealing with different issues in the neighborhood and always trying to make things better and solve problems. To say that someone's a good community partner means they stand for those same principles and they're working just as hard to meet those same ends. So that's about the best compliment I can pay you. Thank you. That you guys are a good community partner. You do tremendous work, and certainly I'll be in support of this tonight, turning what was a blight into affordable housing to workforce housing. And I want to take the opportunity again to talk about affordable housing and workforce housing. We're not talking about people who don't work when we're talking about affordable housing. We're not talking about people who don't have jobs. We're talking about folks who are below the median income in Quincy. We're talking about people who live off of teacher salaries, firefighter salaries. We're talking about the middle class. We're talking about working families. That's what we want in Quincy. That's what we want to keep in Quincy. And that's, I think, what we will be doing tonight with a vote and supporting this is standing for that policy. So I'm, again, like I said, I'm happy to vote for this. I do think it's worth noting, and we discussed this last week, I have a bit of a reservation about the way in which we're supporting this tonight through the TIF, because of where the TIF money comes from. The TIF money essentially comes out of the pool of tax money. And again, we won't be getting any less than we've been getting from the property. So overall, it's by far a plus. But as a policy, I would much rather, it would be my preference that we up the contribution levels that we require of for-profit developments in the city to offset the creation of workforce and affordable housing in the city. I would rather the fund be bigger for you to tap, you to be able to tap more money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's a more realistic approach because we know they're not going to actually build it themselves, but that there's more money for you to tap from that fund rather than using TIF money, because TIF, it's coming out the other end, right? I mean, I'd rather take it from the developers than from the pool of tax money. So I think it's worth noting that, because that's a policy. In the 8 years that I've been up here, 7 years that I've been up here, I don't know that we've ever done a TIF for a project like this, and it's worthy by all means. But it's a different policy than what we've ever done in the past, and it's something to keep in mind, because I expect that this will be supported by my colleagues. It's something to think about moving forward. Should there be a discussion in terms of affordable housing requirements, whether it be downtown or elsewhere in the city, and maybe making those a little bit more stringent as the city becomes more and more expensive for working families to continue to live here and survive and be successful and thrive in the community. We want them here. So, again, thank you for all you do, and I'll be happy to support this tonight. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no one, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councillor Croall. Councillor DeBona. Councillor Finn. Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest. Councillor Liang. Councillor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right. Take care. Good to see you, Conley. Thank you. The next item, Madam Clerk.
Number 5 on the agenda, 2017-005.
Yes.
Appropriation. Oh, Mr. Hines is here to speak on the matter.
Great. Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, councilors.
Hello, Solicitor Hines. How are you?
Well, you know, Paul Hines, Commissioner of Public Buildings.
Oh, right, yes. Geez, I always call you the same. Oh, whatever. You're still a lawyer. I know. You're still a lawyer.
I've got 2 of my colleagues from the Public Buildings Department here. We've got Gary Cunniff, Director of Engineering, and Tony Maldero, who is the foreman of the plumbing crew. If there are any questions from the councilors with regards to methodologies, whatever, that have comprised our request for funding. As you know, this came about through a comprehensive water testing throughout the schools initiated by Mayor Koch in coordination with the schools department and Dr. DeCristofaro. We found a number of fixtures in the school buildings that don't meet the current water quality standards for lead and copper. And while we're in there with the systems apart, anticipating a reset of the acceptable level of lead in the water, which is currently 15 parts per billion. We anticipate a reduction by both the state and the federal governments. So in there with the systems apart and the buildings drained, we want to go further and bring them down to what's the next anticipated level, and keep them at all times being mindful of the EPA's mantra that no lead is safe. So we're doing our best to get out all of the lead that we possibly can. So the funding request that we did put in for the $275,000 from a free cash reappropriation, as we stated, $25,000 is to fix an immediate need at the Montclair School. The nurse's office bathroom is not operable. It's original to the building in like 1919 or something, and it's literally like one of these grandmother's pull box chain toilets. The rest of it all relates to the plumbing issues in the schools, the drain down of the buildings, the changing of the non-functioning service valves at each fixture to the modern ball valves. That would help with maintenance going forward in all of these buildings. And then the replacement of the bubbler components or the bubbler if need be, and the faucet sets at each sink that are on our priority list.
All right. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say I want to thank the administration for moving this forward with doing the lead and copper testings throughout all the schools, taking the initiative a step further with doing that, even though you only had to do 2. And it's very important, I think, as a moral obligation to children that are going in their schools and bubblers that they're going to be drinking, that we know ahead of time that now we're in the second stage of we know where the problem is, we know where we need to mitigate. I'm in full support for this. I look at it as a moral obligation. Whatever party you are, whatever things you believe in, I believe that every kid that wants to go to school should be able to be safe. And this is a safety measure, I guess I could say. Just a question for you. Of the $275,000, will you have to come back to us for anything else, or will this final it out?
We believe after our meetings in-house last week that this will do it for us to get us to the .005 level. We do not have any reasonable expectation that the federal or the state is going to set the level any lower than that.
Sure.
If there's funds available at the end, we may actually even try to hit those funds and take them down. Our goal, as we stated to the parents' meetings, to Bernasani and to other people, is to get everything that we can, chase it as far as we can. If we can't control it all, we don't control the pipes in the street or the quadrant, but we can do what we can in our buildings.
I want to thank you for everything. I'm looking in full support for this, and looking forward to making sure everything's safety in there. You know, thank you.
Appreciate the support.
Could I just inquire, perhaps to the auditor or someone else, how much money we have in free cash? What is our...
There is over $1 million right now after these next two appropriations, there'll be $833,000.
If the next two appropriations...
Two appropriations passed.
Right, so it's $1 million right now?
It's over $1 million.
And where did that come from?
From the free cash?
Yeah, do we know what that's settled from?
That is settled from at the end of last fiscal year. We go through this whole process regarding what we have left in our reserves, what we have, anything we have outstanding, if we had anything that was in the negative. It's a whole process that we go through with the Department of Revenue, and we get certified for free cash.
So that was certified at the end of the last fiscal year?
That was certified in December, and I believe it was for over $4 million. And then in December, we had an appropriation to close out, I think over $3 million in the snow and ice. So that left us with a little bit over $1 million.
Do you happen to know, it's kind of a trick question for you, but do you happen to know, or off the tough question, but do you know where we're at with ice and snow budget right now? Do you have the ability to see
right
that?
now, it's, I believe we have expended about $800,000. That's not including this past snowstorm. So their budgeted amount, I think, is $2,100,000. They also did have encumbrances for the contractors. So I'm trying to think, maybe about $300,000. That's, unencumbered.
So roughly we're probably about halfway through that budget?
I would say so, yes.
After not having the bills for...
We don't have the bills for this
Right.
past storm.
So clearly that would probably put us past the $1 million mark. Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Croall.
Yes.
Councillor Dibuduo. Yes. Councillor Finn. Yes. Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest. Councillor Liang. Councillor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 2017-006, an appropriation.
Motion to waive the reading. Councillor Croall.
And that is going to finance.
Thank you. For finance. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item on the agenda is a gift from Eastern Bank for $5,000.
Sure that Easton gets a letter of recognition and thank you
All right.
for the gift.
Letter of intent for the gift.
Motion
Motion to accept. We need to do the motion, yes?
Yeah.
Motion to accept by Councillor Croall, seconded by Councillor Harris. On the motion, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Croall.
Yes.
Councillor Dibuduo. Yes. Councillor Finn.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest. Councillor Liang.
Yes.
Councillor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Yes.
7 members.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 2017-008, a gift of $60 from Dorothy Haley to the DEER program.
Move approval.
Okay, motion approved by Councillor Croall, seconded by Councillor Finn. On the motion, Madam Clerk, to call the roll.
Councillor Croall.
Yes.
Councillor Dibuduo.
Yes.
Councillor Finn.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Laforest.
Yes.
Councillor Liang.
Yes.
Councillor Palmucci.
Yes.
President Hughes.
Yes.
7 members.
Okay. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is number 9 on the agenda, a gift of $50 from Ann Mooney, Quincy Fire Department.
Motion to approve by Councilor Croall, seconded by Councilor Finn. On the motion, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Croall.
Yes.
Councilor DeBona.
Yes.
Councilor Finn.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Councilor Harris? Yes, $50.
Councilor Laforest. Councilor Leanne. Councilor Leanne.
Councilor, you want to get
Yes, please.
Yes.
Councilor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Okay, thank you.
Public works.
All right. Next is the approval of December 19th meeting minutes. Motion to approve by Councilor Laforest, seconded by Councilor Liang. All those in favor? Aye. The ayes have it. All those against? No, nobody. Okay, great. Communications and reports from the mayor, other city officers, city boards. Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. I have a traffic in Ward 1. Councilor Laforest install handicap parking at 26 Stewart Street. Ward 4, Councilor Palmucci install do not enter on Joyce Road northbound, intersecting with Quarry Street, Mondays through Fridays, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Ward 6, Councilor Harris install no parking on the even-numbered side of Alstead Street from Quincy Shore Drive to Terrell Street. In Ward 6, Councilor Harris install no parking on the south side of Alstead Street from Quincy Shore Drive to 54 Apthorpe Street.
Okay, we will refer to ordinance for advertising. Thank you. Unfinished business in the preceding meeting? No. Report to committees. Public Works, yes. Councilor.
Madam President.
Thank you.
Glad to hear my ward councilors addressing Alstead. I'm glad I formerly lived on Alstead Street at one point, so thank you. We had 3 public hearings earlier this evening. The first public hearing, which was 2016-256, that was related to the Verizon Wireless permission to exist on, to locate an existing utility pole, small cell wireless antenna. We're going to allow that to stay in committee through the, again, the Ward 6 councilors' diplomacy, so to speak, that they've agreed apparently to extend the time and have agreed to meet with them. And we'll hold it in committee until he's, again, satisfied and has had that opportunity.
Thank you.
The other 2 hearings, is the item was 2016-257, which was related to, that was related to on the public right-of-way on C Street for Verizon Wireless request permission to install an existing utility pole, a small cell wireless antenna. Again, we had a public hearing. I would recommend approval.
Motion approved by Councilor Finn, seconded by Councilor Forrest. On the motion, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Croall. Yes. Councilor DeBona.
Yes.
Councilor Finn.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Laforest. Yes. Councilor Liang. Yes. Councilor Palmucci. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Thank you. Finally, 2016-288, which again is relocation of a pole on Elm Street, on the easterly side of Elm Street to a point approximately 12 inches from its current location. Again, positive recommendation.
Motion approved by Councilor Finn, seconded by Councilor Harris. On the motion, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Croall.
Yes.
Councilor DeBona.
Yes.
Councilor Finn.
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Yes. Councilor Laforest. Yes. Councilor Liang. Yes. Councilor Palmucci. Yes. President Hughes.
Yes.
8 members.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Finn. All right. Presentations of petitions, memorials, or remonstrance. All right, none. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Okay. Councilor Devine.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to put in there, Nancy Byrne just passed away. She was a very good friend of mine, as well as her family. I just want to, if you guys can just put her in your thoughts. She donated a lot of time to Interfaith Social Services and the Pan Mass Challenge bike run. She served, she leaves her husband Ray, as well as her children, Kerry, Ray, Andrew, and Leanne. She was just, I remember her a lot with the pigskin gala that she goes to before the Thanksgiving Day game, and I saw her there this past Thanksgiving Day football game, and she's just a very, very outgoing, happy person, and she was a graduate of Quincy High School in 1968. Just remembering her, I'm looking at her face right now and thinking that just she's laughing and she's having a couple of jokes, and that's how the wake was today earlier that a couple of the councils were at. That you try to remember the good times. So just keep her in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Devine. Of course, think of Terry and his family and that loss. Scheduling committee meetings, public hearings. Yes, Councilor Laforest.
Earlier we had the ordinance committee meeting on the LDA. We are looking to get that on the agenda, either bring it in to council on the 23rd or open the council meeting prior, depending what we feel a need for time. So just to work with the mayor's office online to make sure that is on our next council agenda.
Okay. Anybody else scheduling a committee meeting? No. All right. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councilor Palmucci, all those in favor? Aye. Yay, the ayes have it. Thank you.